morning, everyone. How are you today? It's so good to see you. I'm glad you're here at Breadbeckers. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Breadbeckers. Anybody here for the very first time? This is your first class. Oh my goodness, you picked a good one to come to. Just a little housekeeping. First of all, let me introduce myself if you haven't met me. I'm Sue Becker, one of the owners and founders here at Breadbeckers with my husband Brad, our wonderful staff of helpers, and we're just so glad to have you. You picked the best eating class to come to. I mean, we love our getting started class, and that's some pretty amazing bread and all of that. But we're going to feed you like crazy. We're going to start the morning in just a few minutes with some apple cranberry bread pudding. And everything is cooked in the pressure cookers. We're not turning the ovens on at all. Huh? Except for the sausage was cooked on top of the stove in our wonderful Cameron stovetop smoker. But we're going to be feeding you chicken soup today, chicken noodle soup. Then we're going to do some pasta Alfredo and skillet lasagna in less than 11 minutes, 10 to 11 minutes in the pressure cooker right in front of you. Everything you're eating today, with the exception of the chicken soup, which we're going to do in class, but so that it could cool down and pick off the bone, I went on and did it yesterday, but you'll see how fast it is. But anyway, we'll start with the chicken soup, then pasta Alfredo, skillet lasagna. Then we're going to serve you a delicious beef stew ready in about 20 minutes, maybe 30 at the most. Meatloaf and cheddar mashed potatoes, Cuban black beans and rice with and I made a batch yesterday ahead, let it cool, and the black bean and barley chicken salad I've made for you as well, so you'll get to taste that. And then, last but not least, we're going to do some cheesecake in the pressure cooker. And then Brad and I will show you how to do a meal in 30 minutes or less with Cajun chicken, fresh green beans, and skillet Cajun potatoes, sweet potatoes. So I hope you came hungry. We'll be serving up the bread pudding here in just a few minutes. But first, I wanted to share a little bit of housekeeping. I want to welcome our online viewers. We're actually live streaming today. Thank you, Ashley, for being willing to come in here and get the streaming going on. Karen, don't forget to turn the heat off. And sorry, we're going to have to turn the heat off. We got it nice and warm, but it's blowing the cameras and it's loud. So, yeah, so for the live stream viewers, they're going to look at a video that's like this, so we don't want that to happen. So also, since we are streaming, if you would please silence your cell phone, that would be great. And it's a distraction anyway. You know, in church, somebody's cell phone goes off and everybody goes, and the pastor's like, okay, I just lost everybody. So anyway, yeah, yes, he does. So anyway, if you would do that, we're not going to take a break in this class. I know it's a long class. There is coffee back here if you need to stay awake. There is hot coffee with some agave and some half and half and, you know, whatever y'all put in your coffee. I don't drink coffee, so I don't think about it. Around that curtain back there is a water cooler if you need to get some more water and fill your drinks up. That's great. Through that back door, turn to the right. First door on the left is the bathroom. You won't distract me. I know it's a long class. If you need to stand up, move around, or go to the bathroom, feel free to do that. So anyway, I wanted to share today, before we get started, a couple of little things, but I wanted to share this encouraging word. The Lord spoke to me this week, and it really, really touched me. About 2 years ago, my father passed away, and my mother had passed away previously, and as my sisters gathered, going through stuff, we kept coming across pictures and we go, oh, I remember this. And that word, I remember, kept coming to my mind. Well, I have a whole teaching I won't do this morning on that Hebrew word, remember. And it's a very powerful word. It's a tool that we can use against the enemy to remember the things that God has done for us. When David faced Goliath, he said, I can take him. Let me tell you how I know. A bear and a lion came after my sheep, and I killed them with my own hands. But he didn't take the credit. He said, and if God would do that for a bear and lion, he will do that for this. I love it. He calls him an uncircumcised Philistine. This is something I also realized this week thinking about David and Goliath. Everyone called Goliath a giant except for David. He only called him an uncircumcised Philistine that was defying the living God. I think that's powerful. Everybody else was looking at this huge thing, and David's like, he's an uncircumcised Philistine that's defying the living God. So that's something. But this week I was reading a devotional, and it used the word remember, but in a different way. When God remembers. And, when Hannah prayed, it said God remembered Hannah and gave her a son. When Sarah, says God remembered Sarah and opened her womb. Rebecca, God remembered Noah. He remembered Noah and opened and did these things with the ark. So this is what the devotional said. So I looked up the word remember in the concordance. It's to mark so as to be recognized. And here's what the devotional said that just really touched my heart. When God remembers, it's not because he forgets, but because he's now poised for action. I'm going to let that sink in for just a minute. God remembered Sarah. He didn't ever forget Sarah. He remembered and he opened his womb. Do you see? Every time you start looking up the word remember. I made a whole list of them. Exodus 2:22, Numbers 10:9. It goes on and on. Whenever it says that God remembered, he did something very powerful for that person. So I just wanted to share that with you this morning as an encouragement to you. Just remember that God remembers and he sets things in motion. So let's pray. Thank you, Lord, for this glorious day, for this beautiful sunshiny day this morning. We thank you for your perfect provision of food, and we ask that you continue to lead and guide us back to your way of living, eating, being, and doing, so that we can be a set-apart people, a testimony of your goodness and of your provision, so that others will come and ask us for the hope that is within us, and we can give them the answer that it is your grace and your mercy that sustains us. Thank you for this day, for every hand that has helped prepare and get ready. And thank you for each household represented here. May you bless them, Lord, with every bit of your goodness and your fullness. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, they are chomping at the bit to serve you the bread pudding, but they're waiting on me to make the whipping cream. And I want to show you how super easy it is to make the whipping cream. And in our fabulous whipped cream maker. So in a minute, we'll talk about the pressure cookers. I'm going to part the Red Sea here, or the pressure cooker sea. Hold up my staff. All right, so here we go. I've put inside the little nitrogen cartridge. So all we're going to do is we're going to take our heavy whipping cream, put it in our whipped cream maker. I need a little bit of agave. I think there might be some in the drawer there. See if there is. If not, I know there's some back by the coffee maker. There we go. I have a trash can over here if y'all think I'm just lobbing my trash over here on the floor. Somebody said that's what it looked like on the videos. Little couple of tablespoons of agave here, Sarah. I'll give it back to you. A little bit of vanilla extract. And instead of having to whip and whip and whip, we just screw the lid on. This whipped cream maker will hold a pint of whipping cream. Shake it up a little bit just to get the ingredients mixed up, the agave off the bottom. Then we're going to take this cartridge cover, drop our cartridge in, put it here, and it just pressurized, and it just whipped it. How easy is that? The nice thing, I know you're like, I can whip it in a bowl. That is true, you can. But I'm going to tell you something. I served whipped cream from this. I made over Christmas holidays while the kids were there. It's still good. I used some last week. And that's what's different. When you whip it in a bowl and you just store it in a covered container in your refrigerator, it goes sour very, very quickly. But my whipped cream is still good. It'll keep for several weeks. So now we just took the cartridge off. The cartridge has done its thing. It's a one-time use. And now we just put the little nozzle here. You want to bring me a bread pudding, and I'll show you what we're going to show them what we're going to serve them. All righty. Here's your little bread pudding you're going to get, and we're going to serve it with a little. How cute is that? Your kids will love it. They may have. When I brought that home the first time, my children wanted to see how far it would shoot. So If you have boys, don't show it to them. Just, serve theirs from the start. All right. I have to tell you a little story about me and pressure cookers. Years ago, we're all about bread here, but we're also all about real food. And my passion is showing you how easy it is to get real food on the table, particularly bread, of course, but also any other real food. So through the years of being in business, we've gone to conventions, and our company that we get our meal from used to have conventions all the time, so we met other people. And this was before we did our store like this, where how many of y'all have been coming a long, long time when we were just in the little front room out there, and that was it. And that was our store. But in 2009, we were able to do this. But prior to that, so I'd meet these people, and they had these beautiful kitchen stores. And there was this one lady from Arizona. She was amazing. She had a gorgeous kitchen store, and she taught cooking classes. But this lady was a natural-born salesperson. I tell everybody, I'm not a salesperson, and people laugh because they think, yeah, you are. But no, I have to love something. I have to really, really love something. And if it's helped me in my life, it's like, I want to tell you about it. That's a little different than someone that can sell you something whether they've never used it or not. Ice to an Eskimo, whatever. She could just sell you anything, and she did very well. Well, she would call me, and she would see me at these conventions, and she would say, you need to sell pressure cookers. And I'm like, I don't want to sell pressure cookers. Don't care a thing about it. Because Brad's grandfather, 90-something-year-old grandfather, lived with us, and he wanted everything cooked in a pressure cooker. And the pressure cooker did this all day, or for several hours. You know what the sound? All day. I'm like, nope. And it was bland, and it was pale, and it was tasteless, and it was mushy. But he wanted it cooked in the pressure cooker because he had missing teeth and couldn't chew, so that was why. But that was my impression of pressure cookers. So I was like, no, I don't like pressure cookers. I don't want to cook in a pressure cooker, no. Well, we had to go to a convention out in Arizona. Well, we went by way, it was in Salt Lake. We went by way of Arizona, and we were going to go with them. So we stayed at their house, and I got to visit her kitchen store and envy that and covet that, which you're not supposed to, so I had to ask the Lord to forgive me. But it was a beautiful kitchen store, and she was teaching a cooking class. It was 112 degrees outside in August in Phoenix, and she was teaching a pressure cooking class. And I'm sitting there, and there was about maybe 12, 14 people. It wasn't a huge class. And she said, how many of y'all own pressure cookers? Everyone in the class raised their hand. I'm like, okay, whatever. So they're at a pressure cooking class, I would assume that. So then she goes, how many of y'all own 2 pressure cookers? And everybody raised their hand. I'm like, how many of y'all own 3 pressure cookers? Most everybody raised their hand. Now, guys and girls, don't get crazy. You don't have to own 3 pressure cookers, and you certainly don't have to own 8. She got all the way up to about 7 or 8, and one lady raised her hand and I am like, I think I am in a pressure cooking cult here. What in the world have I come to? By the end of the class, I was like, I need a pressure cooker. And I came home with a pressure cooker, one pressure cooker, and it was a skillet pressure cooker, and everything for 2 weeks came out of that pressure cooker. I fell in love with this pressure cooker because I could get food on the table for my family fast, easy, and I found out it doesn't have to be pale and mushy, and these are not your grandfather's or grandmother's pressure cookers. These pressure cookers don't make a sound while they're cooking. And so I fell in love with pressure cookers and was like, how fast can I get more pressure cookers? And we started distributing. We started with another brand, but in 2007, we discovered and got introduced to the Fissler line of pressure cookers. And I'm going to tell you, they are nothing like any other pressure cooker on the market. They are an investment. You do not have to own 8. I will tell you, though, think of them more as a set of pots. I now really, other than my fry pan where I do omelets and eggs and maybe my regular pot where I might do grits, I use my pressure cookers for everything. And you can use them in regular cooking as well. So you don't have to just cook, pressure cook with them. But here's what happened. By the time of that convention, and when she showed me those pressure cookers and how fast and easy and delicious the food was, I knew it was something that I wanted to do, and it really helped our life at that time. Our kids were now teenagers. We had moved the business out of our home, so I would come in here and think, oh, I'm just going to come in here for a couple of hours, ha, ha, ha. Next thing you know, it's dinner time. Brad and I are getting in the car, and of course, what's Brad's question? What's for dinner? You're right, you're married, I can tell. So what's for dinner? And you're going home, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I was thinking I was only going to be here, be home in time to get dinner. And so it was always like, okay, we'll just pick, we'll stop and we'll get something to eat. And even though we make wise food choices when we go out to eat, it was still becoming more of a habit than I wanted it to be. And I was like, I am teaching people how to cook, and here I am eating out more than I want to. When the pressure cooker came, and that question came, and it was 5 o'clock, 5:30, maybe even 6, and we were headed home, and Brad would go, what's for dinner? My wheels would start turning, and I would go, just stop me by the grocery store, and I can buy what I need if I had forgotten to take something out. And I could walk in the back door and have meatloaf, mashed potatoes, green beans, and some kind of bread on the table in less than 30 minutes, maybe 45 at the most. Changed our life. And I have a son that counts how many meals a day he would have. He was very particular about missing meals, and so he would come, and here's where my new routine got to be. When I was home, and I was still homeschooling the kids, after you get everybody finished, I'd go lay down and take a nap a little bit, or just to rest or close the door. But conventional cooking, I used to have to come out, 4 o'clock and start at least getting ready to get dinner on the table by 6. So my son would come back there at 5:30 and go, are you gonna make dinner tonight? And I'm like, yeah, I got another 5 minutes. We'll be ready at 6. No worries. Because I got to learn that I could cook really, really fast, very tasty meals. So the pressure cookers, Fissler is just a wonderful brand. They're made in Germany. The company was founded in 1845. The pressure cookers are 1810 gauge stainless steel. And I will tell you, I've used my pressure cooker since 2007, my Fissler cookers, and I have never replaced a gasket, a valve, anything on them. That is pretty remarkable. They go camping with me. They go skiing with us. They go on vacation. They go in totes that get flown across the country because they're so fast and easy. They've gone to Europe with us. When we adopted our son in Latvia, we took our pressure cookers because that's how I knew how to cook now, and fast and easy and flavorful. Cooking under pressure, how it works. Every pound of pressure that you increase, every pound of pressure that you put on the pot, it increases the boiling point of water. So the lowest pressure that the pressure cookers is about 230 degrees. The highest pressure is going to be about 240 degrees, as opposed to boiling at 212. So that's how it's speeding up the cooking time. It reduces the cooking time by about 70%. So 1/4 of the cooking time. If a dish says it takes an hour to cook, it will only take probably 15 to 20 minutes. That's amazing. 2 things are happening there. You're getting food on the table fast, but also you're reducing the energy that you're using, whether it be gas, electricity, or whatever. You're reducing that time from an hour to 15 minutes. That's a wonderful saver. A lot of people think of pressure cookers as soups and beans, and they're wonderful for sure. And so you think of a pressure cooker more as a wintertime cooking pot. But I'm going to tell you, can you imagine the heat that you reduce, that you reduce by not turning on the oven? Everything we're cooking today, never going to turn on an oven. It takes a lot longer for an oven to cool down than a pot on your stove where you can do something in 10 or 15, 20 minutes, maybe 30. So a lot less heat, so it's a wonderful summertime cooking as well. Any preppers out there, this is a great way to reduce the gas or the energy that you must consume when you're trying to conserve that. So I love my pressure cookers, winter, spring, summer, fall. Also in the spring and fall time, well, even winter, I guess, Christmas Day was 72, and 2 days later it was 20-something, right? So I know for me in the spring and fall particularly, it'll start out very, very chilly in the morning, and I think, oh, I'm going to do a pot of soup. By afternoon, it's 75, 80, and it's warm because you didn't turn on the air conditioner, so now it's hot, and you're like, that's not what I want. So it's great because you can adjust and do your meal planning according to weather and still be good. And speaking of soup, how many of us, when we go to make soup, your idea is, I got to put that on in the morning so it cooks all day? With the pressure cookers, cooking under pressure intensifies the flavors because it pushes those flavors into the food and it increases that flavor profile there. So no more having to sit that pot of soup on the stove and let it simmer all day long to get those flavors that you're looking for. So those are just some healthy reasons why I like pressure cookers. Also, you use very little water in a pressure cooker. Usually just an inch is all you need to create the steam to build the pressure. So a lot less loss of nutrients, and it's a closed system. So you're not boiling those nutrients away, and it's not exposed to oxygen. So your vegetables will actually be very vibrant green. We eat green beans so much more now than we ever did. And it's so nice to just be able to buy fresh green beans or pick them from the garden and just have them ready in 2 to 3 minutes. Perfect green beans. So y'all ready to get cooking? Yeah? All right, let's do it. How was the bread pudding? Yes, yes. Trying to not pull my microphone out. And the smoked sausage was chicken sausage from Publix. It's just the green wise. I hope it wasn't too hot for you this morning. They only had hot. We usually get mild, and but that was all they had today. We've been having trouble getting that, and it's good. Just cooked, just plain, but we love it smoked with a little hickory flavor to just give it a little smoky flavor. The Cameron stovetop smoker allows you to do it right on your kitchen counter. Real quick, I'll go over the pots. Like I said, the Fissler pressure cookers are 1810 gauge stainless steel, and these are the standalone size, what's called a stock pot. This is a 4-liter, a 6-liter, an 8-liter, and a 10-liter. The 4 and 6 liter, the lids are interchangeable. They will fit either size. The 8 and 10 liter, the lids here fit either the 8 or the 10 or the skillet, which I'll be showing you the skillet in just a minute. But these are what's called stew pots, so you can use a good bit of liquid in the pot as opposed to, say, a skillet. This is the Vita Quick line that we've been carrying since 2007. Like everything, prices have gone up, and what you get with them has gone down. So the pressure cookers now come with, when you buy them just separate, the individual stock pot comes now with just the pot and the lid. It does not come with the inserts like it used to. Now, you will see me using the insert. We do sell those separately now, but they no longer come with the pressure cooker. But here's a cool thing about the Fissler pressure cookers. Number one, like I said, it's perfectly silent. You will not hear the ch-ch-ch-ch all day long. There's no weight. This is a very uniquely designed pressure cooker in that when you put the lid on, it automatically locks into place. So there's no having to shift a button like the old model. And then this is your pressure valve. When the pressure starts building, which you'll start your food on high heat, as the pressure builds, this little pressure indicator will rise. Can you see that? And when it gets to the second white ring, that's when you're going to reduce the heat, typically to low or at least medium low, and that's when your cooking time starts. One of the unique features that I think is so cool with the Fissler pressure cooker, and my mother in her most southern voice would have said, "Why didn't I think of that?" Okay? They made it a conical shape. Do you see how it's more narrow at the bottom? So that you can stack these pots inside of each other without scratching, and they stack and go down inside. So that's one of the great features of the Fissler pressure cookers. So 4-liter, 6-liter, 8-liter, 10-liter. Karen, 10-liter, we have some, but they've discontinued, yes or no? Okay, all right. So this is the style that we have carried, we want to continue to carry, but they have come out with another pressure cooker line, and it is called the Vita Vit. and that is the pressure cooker you see here. I'm going to move these out of the way so y'all can have a better line of sight here. Okay. So this is their new line of pressure cookers. Now, our most popular pressure cookers that we sold, which the 6 liter is the most popular size pressure cooker sold in the world, 5 or 6 liter. And if you ever see a Presto or something like that, it's probably a 5 liter. It's just a very good basic size. You can cook soup, which we're about to do, in a 5 or 6 liter. So this is called the VitaVit line, right? VitaVit. And this is the new style that they really want to go to. But we are still able to get the Vita Quick. But like I said, it's the pot and the lid. Our most popular Vita Quick that we sold were the sets, the 6 liter set with a small skillet, or the 8 liter set with a larger skillet. Those are the sets. Was called the Quattro set because you got pressure cooker, pressure lid, skillet, glass lid, and an insert. It no longer comes that way. It comes with what you see here: pot, pressure lid, skillet. The lid fits both skillet and the pot, okay? Now remember, you can cook very fast, and because you're cooking at such a high temperature, food stays really hot, okay? So it's very easy to do your mashed potatoes that you're gonna mash in a bit and just pressure them, pop that lid off, and use it for the skillet as well. The first week or 2 weeks, like I said, after coming home from that class, I cooked everything in one pressure cooker. I would cook something, dump it in my serving bowl, and cook the next thing, and that stuff was still hot when we got ready to eat it. In fact, one night, on Wednesday nights, we have church, and we always have dinner, and it's soup night a lot of nights in the wintertime. And Brad and I made chicken soup here at the warehouse, and it takes a good 30, 40 minutes to get to church. So we took it. That's also a nice thing. If you need to take food somewhere, these lock. These close down, and it won't spill if it tips over. Ask me how I know. But anyway, so we took the soup, the chicken soup that you're going to have, to church. We got to church, and we usually eat first thing. Well, whatever reason that night, the pastor decided he wanted to share a little teaching first, and then we were going to eat. When we went to eat, the soup was still so hot, it would burn your mouth. So a good hour, hour and a half later, when we opened that pressure lid, it was still hot. So anyway, so that's a nice thing to know. Before I show you that, getting back to the safety features. The lid locks into place. It will not build pressure unless the lid is on completely correct and locked into place. So it's an automatic locking. And then should the pressure go over pressure, it's going to start releasing pressure out these openings, these slits in the side. So that's a safety feature that you're not going to blow this up. No Lucy and Ethel show here today, we hope. But anyway, no, we know. So, and then you cannot get this lid off until the pressure is completely down. And I'll talk about releasing pressure naturally or quick under the water. So this is the newest line of the Fissler pressure cookers, the VitaVic. And instead of, now this set is a 6 liter set. Instead of coming with a skillet, it actually comes with the 4 liter stock pot. So it's a nice set, and it does come with the insert and the tripod. And you're going to see me use the insert and a tripod a little bit. You want to sit that down there because I don't think I'm going to use this one. Just sit it with. And we'll talk about those and why I like having those. So let's start with our chicken soup. You ready? All right. We're breaking this in. They just sent it to me yesterday to try. So I think we've gone over everything. Any questions about the pressure cookers? And we'll kind of go over everything at the end, and I'll tell you what size pressure cooker I'm using and why, and just the features, and we'll talk about releasing the pressure and how to do that as we go. So we're going to, Oh, I did talk about stacking. The thickness of the plate, tell me again, I forget. She's talking about this here. So see how thick that is as opposed, I am. So do you see the thickness here? Whoop, it's hot already. It's a very good conductor of heat, and it keeps things from burning and scorching on the bottom. So the plate goes all the way to the outside of the pot, so you get nice, consistent heat all the way. No scorched places, no hot spots. It's just, and no warping. You will always get a flat surface. Even because we're taking these over to the sink and they're hot, and we're going to run cold water over them. That's one method of bringing that pressure cooker down. And in a lot of cheaper cookware and bakeware, you put it in cold and it's going to warp. But these will always stay the same. Yeah. Yes. Yep. Yes. This is the new line that they started putting. So her question is, sorry, the Vita Quick line, the only, it's called a waffle bottom. In all your stock pots, you don't have that waffle bottom. In your skillets, you do. The waffle bottom is unique in that it allows you to sear meat with no oil or fat in there at all. It'll stick right at first when you put it in there, but because of the waffle bottoms it'll start, as it draws the fat out of the meat, then in about a minute, you can just lift that meat right up and no scorching. So that's a feature that they have added to the stock pot, but it used to just only be on the skillet. But that's a good question. So that's why it's there. I would find that for the stock pot, at first I was kind of like, well, why would you do that? But we're going to learn there is an advantage, even when you're making soup and you're going to cover that meat with lots of liquid, to sear that meat first really enhances the flavor of the soup or the dish. So, she says this burner is interfering, but it might just be what it is. Let's see. Sorry. Let's see if this one interferes, because I got to use both of them, Ash. So let's see. I think one of them does more than the other. These are induction burners. We used to carry them. Fissler used to make them. Is that better? Yeah, okay. When we built the kitchen, we didn't want to have to put in a stove top, because then we'd have to put in a hood and building permits and all of that. So we just use these hubs. And actually, if you ever get used to an induction burner, you will love them. They work very quickly. And they have a timer, so I can set this when it reaches the pressure, and I've adjusted it to maintain that pressure. I can leave it and set the timer, and it'll turn itself off. So we're going to cook a whole chicken. Chicken with bone is always, I didn't mean for that to be so hot. Always your best option when you're making soup. Forgot that I turned the water on. Turn the burner on, and that got hot. Whenever you're making soup, meat with bones in it, it's always going to give you more flavor. That's why they call them soup bones. And I usually try to use a whole chicken whenever I'm making chicken soup. But sometimes it just doesn't happen, and I don't want to pick it off the bone, and I'll use, chicken breast or chicken thighs and breast or whatever that doesn't have bones. And it's still very flavorful, but if you can, take the time and don't mind picking it off the bone, it's going to be a lot more flavorful. Also, when you're pressure cooking and when you're wanting to infuse flavor, you're going to do hot water, okay, to infuse. But if you're wanting to draw the flavor out, like we do in this chicken soup, you want to start with cold water. So that's why I didn't fill it up and let the water be getting hot before I put my chicken in. So you want to start with cold water when you're making your soups. I'm going to put a little more. Actually, I'm going to wait. One thing on your stock pots, I'm not sure if you can see in the camera, but here you always have a fill line. And that's the maximum amount of liquid that you can put in for stock or soups or whatever. If I was cooking, say roasting this chicken, and I was only going to just put a little bit of water in the bottom to create the steam, that it doesn't matter if the chicken sticks up above that line, as long as you can get the lid on without it interfering with the valves. Does that make sense? But liquid, that's your maximum fill line. Now, it's going to be a little hard for you to tell how fast you could really get this soup on, because I've already got all my vegetables chopped and prepared. So what I would do at home is I would put my chicken in, cover it with the cold water. I go a little less than the fill line until I get everything in there, because I don't want to have to lift that heavy pot over and start dumping water out. So a little less than the fill line, until the maximum fill line, until you get all your veggies and everything in there, and then you can add broth or water or whatever. So normally what I would do is put my chicken in. I'm going to put my tablespoon of salt. Now you may be going, ooh, that's a lot of salt, but remember, we're not going to use any bouillon. And for years, how many of y'all have to add bouillon to your chicken soup to make it have some flavor? But we're not going to do that. We're just going to put some salt in there, little Italian seasoning, and that's it. And then, so what I would do is get my chicken here, turn this burner on high so that it can start heating, and I'm over here chopping my veggies. So that would take me a little longer than just dumping, right? So, and usually by the time I'm done or finished chopping my celery, my onions, and my carrots, my water and everything's getting pretty hot, and usually by the time I put that lid on, it doesn't take too long to come up to pressure. But this is going to take a little longer today because it didn't have that time there. Okay, I'm almost to the fill line, so I'm just going to add, but I'm not quite. So I'm going to go ahead and maximize my broth. I want as much broth as I can get. If I don't need it all, well, then that's fine. I can use it for other things. Okay, so that's the maximum. I've got it up to that line. And like I said, this is the VitaVic line of pressure cooker by Fissler. Now here's how you put the lid in place. So you see the dot here on the lid. There's a post here on the handle. You want to match those up, make sure the lid's sitting flat. Well, let's go back to the gasket. Here's your heavy gasket, goes right here in the pressure cooker. Match that dot up to the post, and then just snap that lid shut. And it's automatically locked. There's no other levers, buttons, or anything that you need to push. So now this is going to just come up to pressure on high heat. This has a dial here, 1, 2, and 3 levels. It's kind of like the white ring here, but this you can choose your pressure level before you start. Whereas here, if I wanted to do something more delicate like custard and pudding and things like that are delicious in a pressure cooker very fast, that you would do on a lower pressure, okay? But very rarely do I do anything on lower pressure. I pretty much go up to the highest pressure every time. So I just wait for that white ring to come up before I start reducing. But this way, on the new pressure cooker, you can set it to say, I only want to go to lower pressure, and when it gets to that pressure, then it's going to start releasing, and you'll know, I need to turn my heat down, okay? But I have it set on 3 as the equivalent of the second white ring here, all right? So we're just going to set this aside. I'm going to just scoot it over, and we'll keep it in the camera so the online people can see it. And we'll watch for it to come up to pressure. Like I said, it's going to take a little longer here than it would normally if you were chopping veggies. Almost by the time you get everything chopped, get that lid on, it's going to come up to pressure pretty quick. Yes, quickly. Well, yes. So you'll see. I'll show you the new, this doesn't have white rings like Brad said. It's got a green, yellow, red. So, and you'll see as that comes up to pressure, that's going to go up instead of having just the little blue knob here. All right, the next dish we're going to go ahead and start. Now, again, it's going to be a little hard for you to see just how long it takes or how long it doesn't take to make this food, because we're not going to stand here and watch the chicken, right? Because the watch pot never boils, right? So we're going to move on to our next dish, and we'll let it be cooking. We'll whisk this away, and then we'll move on to the next. But in the end, when you see how many things we've cooked in this class, you'll go, wow, that was a lot of food in a short amount of time. So for here, I'm going to do the potato salad. And you may be going, potato salad in a pressure cooker? Yeah. I need an 8-liter. That's the 10. For filming, the lighting is better if I stay up top. And they lose me if I start walking around to the edge. So that's why I'm a little discombobulated this morning. So because I usually have the pressure cookers down there, and I just walk down there and get them, and I usually start down there talking to you. So help me a little bit, be merciful to me a little bit, and don't think she doesn't know what she's doing. I do, but just a little different than normal. So a lot of people ask, how much water do I need to put in the pressure cooker? Really, that depends on the size of the pressure cooker. I go more by, it's about an inch. You need at least an inch of liquid to create that steam. So this morning, I think I put 2 cups, because the recipe said put 2 cups of water, and it was like that much, and I'm like, I don't need that much water. So I actually poured some of it out. But anyway, so that's your general rule of thumb is about an inch. Now let's talk about potatoes. How do you normally cook potatoes conventionally? What do we do? Chop, chop, get the water boiling, big pot, water boiling, right? And throw the potatoes, cover them completely with water, right? And boil them, boil them, boil them, boil them. Drain all that water off, all the vitamins, the starch, whatever, drain it all off. And what we've basically done is waterlog those potatoes. So now it's going to take a lot more butter, salt and pepper, things to season it up to make them taste great. Not so with a pressure cooker. All we need is about an inch of water in this pressure cooker, and put our potatoes in, and it's going to steam those potatoes, and guess how long? 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes at the most. How cool is that? Mashed potatoes are going to become your family's favorite meal. So I'm going to put about an inch of water in my pressure cooker here. This is the 8-liter pressure cooker that I'm using. So I just bring it up to about an inch. I actually got the idea for doing potato salad in the pressure cooker. I think I found it online or something, and I saw people doing boiled eggs in the pressure cooker. This one's making that sound too. Ashley, I'm sorry. Let's see. Maybe it didn't like that outlet. All right. So when I saw this, I was like, wow, because I already knew about doing potatoes. But wait till you see how I'm going to do the eggs in the pressure cooker for the potato salad. What's the worst part of making potato salad? Peeling the eggs, right? Yeah? Because I like potato salad with a lot of eggs. So when you have a dozen eggs in that pressure cooker, or I mean in the, that you've boiled now, then you got to stand there and peel them all. Well, not so with a pressure cooker. Guess how we're going to do these eggs? Now, if you were doing deviled eggs, there is a way to boil your eggs in the shell. But why do that? When you're making egg salad or potato salad, you're going to chop those eggs up anyway. So you don't need them to look pretty. Well, here's what I learned. Crack them into an oven-proof dish. And any type of oven-proof dish can go in the pressure cooker, okay? You're basically, use your pressure cooker like you would an oven. You can cook, that's how I cook the bread pudding. Normally you'd put that in the oven. You can cook it in the pressure cooker. So here's what I do. I'm just going to crack my eggs into my oven-proof bowl. And I'm going to sit them right in the top of this pressure cooker and let my potatoes and my eggs boil all together. Okay? How cool is that? One burner, 4 minutes, and this will be ready. Or other than letting it cool down. So I'm going to go ahead. It's the 9 level it doesn't like. I don't know how to get rid of that buzz. All right. Now, when you're cooking in dishes that you're going to lower down in the pressure cooker, now this one's not going to go too far because I got a lot of potatoes there. I think I added some extra because I wanted some extra left over for today. Normally, if you need to, you'll see when I make the cheesecake, you can make like a foil strap if you've got to go down in the pressure cooker very far. But this is going to just sit right on top of the potato, so I'm not going to, well, you know what? I will make a strap because the dish will be hot. So there's my eggs. I'm going to just take some foil and I cut a piece about, 2 to 3 feet. Again, it's going to depend on how big your bowl is as to how long you need this little strap to be. So I just fold it in half again, and I just make a strap that a handle that I can lower my dish in, and I can lift it out then easily. So I like to go ahead and salt my potatoes when I'm cooking them. Again, pressure cooker infuses flavors, so I like to get that salt in there, and I find that if I cook it with a little bit of salt, it doesn't need nearly as much salt when I'm preparing the dish later. So I'll just sprinkle a little salt over here. Okay, I'm going to set my eggs right on top. And see, even though this is up above the max line, it's okay. It's not, the liquid's not above that, as long as it's not interfering with my lid shutting. So now I'm going to lock that lid into and let this come up to pressure. All right. Now, when your pressure cooker starts called kind of locking down, you'll see it emit some steam back here. That's okay. And what it's about to happen, it's getting rid of all the oxygen kind of inside the pot. Now you'll see it stopped. And that's your cue that this thing's fixing to start going, the pressure's about to start going up. And on these pressure cookers, you'll actually almost hear a little thunk, a little click there, and then you'll start seeing the blue, indicator coming up. Okay? Any questions? Okay. I think we tried to get the recipes in order that I'm going to do them. So I really want you to see this pressure cooker come up to pressure because it's a little different than these, and I'm going to be using these, the Vita Quick, the rest of the class. So we'll let this one stay here. I'm going to move this one to the back burner so that the pressure can start coming up. It doesn't really matter. Like you're going to see, like the bread pudding. I'll show you how I did the bread pudding. Okay. Where you can put the bowl. Okay. So in the pressure cookers, like, let me find my 8-liter. You don't want the bowl, the bowl, especially a glass, sitting right down on the bottom. So one way, like when I do the cheesecake, you'll see I'll put this tripod trivet in and just set that, and then I could sit the bowl right on top of that, okay? But I don't really need that tripod here because the potatoes are lifting that bowl up off the bottom, okay? You can use something like this. Some of you might have a trivet like this that you can put in there and then set your bowl down on that, okay? You just kind of like canning. You don't put your glass jars right down on the bottom of that canner. You've got to lift it off the heat source just slightly. So what I was saying here, that remember we talked about the maximum fill line. That's only your liquid. If my potatoes came up to here, it doesn't matter as long as my liquid is not up above that maximum line, okay? Like when you're doing stocks and soup or beans and whatever, just the liquid that can't come above that fill line. But If you just put your potatoes in there, as long as it's not your liquid, the potatoes could have come up all the way, as long as you can get the lid closed. So that's why I was saying, even though this is up above that fill line, it's not in the way of me closing my lid. So it's perfectly fine for that to be above, as long as nothing is interfering with the lid closing. If you're having to push it and jiggle, don't do that. Just make sure that there's room. And I could have scooted potatoes out if I needed to do more potatoes, you know, kind of scooted them to the side so that bowl would go down in there. So that's it. As long as it can fit in there and the lid can shut just fine, it's good to go. All right, so look at our pressure indicator over here. It's going to be a little different from the pressure indicator here. This one you're going to see white rings. This one you're seeing yellow. That's telling you, just like a traffic light, it's red is coming, okay? And so a little word about adjusting your temperature. Let's talk about that a minute. When you start your pressure cooker, you're going to start on high. That's how you're going to bring your pressure up. Now, when it gets to pressure, you want to turn it down sometimes to low, maybe even medium. It's going to depend kind of what you're cooking and how much liquid is in there. Your chicken soup is probably a big pot of soup. It's probably going to take a little more heat to keep that pressure up. Does that make sense? Whereas my cheesecake, where I've just got an inch of water and a dish of cheesecake sitting in there, I took it all the way down to low to maintain once it came up. So now this is ready to adjust my temperature. It's at the green line, which means it's at that pressure. So these burners go from 1 to 9. So I'm going to take this down to about 3. And then just watch it a minute. And but here's where your time starts. So to make sure this chicken gets completely done, I'm going to do it about 22 minutes because it was about a 3.5, 4-pound chicken. So so I'm going to set my timer. Whoops. Brad likes it to fall off the bone, so it's not quite as hard for him to pick it off. So let's talk about adjusting your temperature to maintain that pressure. My induction burners respond very quickly. Gas burners, gas stoves respond very quickly. You turn that flame down, it's down, right? Electric, not so much. And you can use these pressure cookers on induction, on gas, on glass top, on electric, it doesn't matter, okay? Just because I'm using these, some people go, do I have to have that? No. That's just what I'm having to use here in class. Here's a trick I learned with electric, okay? So I used to, which was stupid because now I've got 2 burners getting hot. So I would start my pressure cooker over here, and then I would have one on low heat, and then transfer my pressure cooker over to the low one and turn this off. But that was creating a lot more heat. And Lars Liebisch, a German chef that does pressure cooking classes for Fissler, he taught me this trick. When you, like on these, and on that one, when you see the yellow, or when you see the first white ring, on an electric stove, go ahead and turn your heat down right then. Because it will stay hot enough to go on and raise that up to the second ring, but then once that second ring comes up, now you've got it on low. Does that make sense? Now it's responded and you're maintaining. Did I explain that okay? Are you with me? Okay. All right. Good. All right, so I'm going to whisk the chicken soup back to the back. Little hissing coming out, but I'm going to give it just a little more time to respond. I can turn it on down to next to the lowest level, and because you shouldn't hear any sound at all. That means it's releasing a little bit of pressure. That's its safety mechanism, so it doesn't get to overpressure. All right? So because this needs to cook 20 minutes or so, I'm going to whisk it to the back, so you don't have to sit here and just watch this. All right. Okay. Sorry, that takes just a little bit. So the question was, is there a certain time per pound? Yes, there is, and you will need to just look at charts as to how much per pound. I find that typically in your handout there, a 3-pound chicken is maybe 5 minutes. A 20-pound chicken, that would be big. Yeah, 3-pound chicken is about 15 minutes. Add 5 minutes cooking time for each additional pound. And it may not even need to be that much. This is the other thing. It's sometimes a little hard to determine with meat, particularly how long to cook it. So a little bit of trial and error right there in the beginning. But for chicken like this, that's got a lot of broth and stuff over it, to err on the side of it being completely done, I don't mind if it falls off the bone. When you're cooking chicken breast, you don't want to overcook it, because if you do, unlike beef that kind of gets more tender the more you cook it, like a roast or something, chicken gets, if you're cooking breast, can get very tough. So you want to, not overcook them. But here's the thing you need to know. If you're cooking chicken breast in the oven and you take it out and you check the temperature, and we'll talk about internal temperature and letting chicken rest and everything. If you bring it out and it's not done, you put it back in the oven, and it can take 15 minutes more, right? In the oven, not so in the pressure cooker. So quick release that pressure, check the temperature of the chicken. If it needs to go a little bit more, pop that lid on, a little trick, shake it a little bit, and it'll come right back up to pressure in 1 minute, and it's ready. So you see the difference in, with chicken breasts and things, I tend to try to err on undercooking a little, check it. If it needs to go back on, then I cook it more, okay? Because you never want to serve undercooked chicken, that's for sure, but you don't want to serve overcooked chicken either. It'll be like shoe leather, okay? Which I've never really tasted shoe leather, but I've heard it's tough. So, all right. So we're just going to let our potato salad cook here for a minute. I might even let y'all take it over there so I can do the skillet lasagnas here. So, yeah. And then just tell me when it's back up to pressure. Just doesn't like the pot. I'll get them to cue me when the pressure's up, and we can bring it back over here and let you see. So when the pressure comes up, they're going to turn the heat down. We're going to cook it 4 minutes. 4 minutes. And with things like potatoes, I typically, like if I'm going to use those for mashed potatoes or even potato salad, I just let them do what's called a natural release. For my chicken soup, I just let it naturally release, unless I really need the chicken soup like yesterday or 10 minutes ago, okay? And what I mean by natural release is just sit it off, or turn the stove off, turn the burner off, and just let it sit there until it releases the pressure. Now, one thing you need to remember, if the pressure is still up, even though your heat source may be off, it's continuing to cook. So naturally release works great for things like potatoes, soup, things that doesn't matter if it cooks a long time. But for green beans, you certainly wouldn't want them to naturally release. They cook 2 minutes, 3 minutes at the most. If it takes 3 minutes for them to come down, for the pressure to come down, you just cook them 6 minutes. So for those, I typically take them over to the sink, run cold water over the lid, and it'll bring the pressure right down, and that stops the cooking. But I'm telling you that because if you do let things naturally release, you can also back off that cooking time some, knowing that it's going to cook another 5 or 10 minutes while it's naturally releasing. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. We are going to cook one of my very favorite meals in the pressure cooker, because these became my go-to when my kids were home and I learned how to do this. We first learned how to do like spaghetti sauce with noodles from Lorna Sass, the queen of pressure cooking. She's been around for a long, long time. Some of her pressure cooking books are 20, 30 years old, I think. I know I found one at a yard sale years ago when Brad's grandfather lived with us, and I was trying to learn how to cook in a pressure cooker. But we discovered, actually, Ashley found this recipe of just browning your meat, putting the sauce in, putting the noodles in, cook it all. It's 5 minutes, pressure cook it. So that's one of my favorite meals that I'm going to do right now for you. And then when Lars came, the German chef that does classes for Whistler, excuse me, let me get a drink. He sent me recipes to choose from, and I already knew how to do this skillet lasagna. But he sent me recipes to choose from, and he did pasta Alfredo. And because I was like, milk sauces to just cook right in the pot is going to scorch in a pressure cooker. So I was like, I didn't think you could do pasta Alfredo. So when I made that for my children, I was still boiling the noodles, you know, and then making the pasta sauce. So when he sent me that choice of pasta Alfredo, I was like, yes, that's the dish I want you to teach me how to make. And this has become one of our family favorites. And you can make it Alfredo-ish, or you can make it more macaroni and cheese-ish. So anyway, both of these are just great recipes. So I'm going to start with the, actually I'm going to do it this way. Browning my meat for the skillet lasagna. And these dishes, I timed them one time, and they can be ready in as little as 11 minutes. 11 minutes, start to finish. So let's get this going. I just spilled my Italian seasoning. So, and you can soup it up, spice it up as much as you want. I'm going to use a little bit of our caramelized garlic infused oils. If you've not tried our Olivelli olive oils, they are amazing. Real extra virgin olive oil infused with these flavors that just, to me, intensify and make any dish you're making better. You can certainly just use plain olive oil if you want. You could do plain olive oil or our extra virgin olive oil with some garlic minced in there if you want. But to me, I grab this because I don't want to maybe put some garlic in. I don't want to mince the garlic. This does it all for me. Easy and fast. So this is about a pound and I think this is about a pound and a quarter of ground beef. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. How many people use Olivelli already? Yeah. You're going to see me use it throughout the class. If you haven't, don't you love it? I did a soup class, I think, last year, and some of my favorite soups I've just changed up and started using some of the Olivelli oils and the seasonings. And one of the comments on the evaluation was, I didn't know this was an Olivelli class. And I'm like, yikes, I better make sure I tell you, you can use oil here. But I'm telling you, if you start using these infused oils, it will make whatever recipe you're already making taste so much better. It just gives it a flavor dynamic that wouldn't be there. So I'm gonna, as I brown my meat, I'm going to go ahead and put in my Italian seasoning, which you don't have to. I don't think the recipe has that on there, maybe, does it? You could put some onions in here, mushrooms, if you like mushrooms in your spaghetti. It's your recipe. As Lars taught me, recipes are just a suggestion, all right? So, like I said, Ashley came across this idea in one of Lorna Sass's book. I think it's one of the pressure cooking classes, Pressure Perfect maybe, out there on a book that we carry of hers. And when we learned how to do it, it was like, wow, this is so easy. So all you're basically going to do is brown the meat. And I don't know if you noticed my wonderful Soupoon by Dream Farm. I love these nice, stiff enough spoon here that it can chop the meat, brown the meat without being too flexible. But also, they're so creative. They're out of Australia. Everything they design is just so unique, but so practical. See, notice the bent handle? That's so you can lay it on the, you know, if I was doing this on a stove, you can lay it like that on your cooking pan. But also, when you set it on your counter, it doesn't touch your counter. So it doesn't get goo all over your counter. So, all right, so here's how we're going to do this. Just going to get this meat browned. And really, this dish, it makes a lot. Sometimes when I have a crowd, I'd always think I would double it. It's one of those that you think a single's not going to be enough, but when you double it, it's more like it quadrupled. It's just, have you ever had some of those recipes? You're just like, holy cow, I got a mountain of this stuff now, okay? So here's how we're going to do this skillet lasagna. If your meat's a little fatty and you want to get some of that fat out of there, you can. But I think that's good. I don't think it's too fatty. This was lean ground beef. Now, pressure cooking. It needs liquid to build pressure. Our tomato sauce is too thick to build pressure, all right? This would scorch. So what we do here, two things we're going to do. We're going to add some water. Two reasons. We got to thin this sauce or it's going to scorch, and this thick a sauce is not good for building pressure. But also, we're going to dump our pasta right in here so that pasta is going to absorb a lot of that water. So I usually just go to my sink and take my pasta jar so I don't waste any of that good that good sauce. Sorry, my sauce jar. And then I'm going to just thin this with that water. And you're going, ooh, that's awfully liquidy. Not when you put that pasta, that raw pasta, right in there. And it's going to absorb all that liquid. So you're cooking your sauce and your pasta all at the same time, instead of, again, waterlogging your noodles and them not having any flavor at all. So I know that this 1 pound of pasta is about 4.5 cups. So I'm just going to put all but a bit in there. Just give this a stir. This is our brown rice pasta. It's organic and it's 100% whole grain brown rice. So if you need to be gluten-free, this is a completely gluten-free dish. So there's my skillet lasagna ready to go. Get rid of some of this stuff. Now I'm gonna, yes? Mm-hmm. If her question is, could you use a spiralized vegetable? I don't cook my spiralized vegetables, so I wouldn't put them in here at all. I would just cook your sauce, and if you want to just pressure it for 2 or 3 minutes just to get those flavors all infused, it'd be like cooking it all day. But I like when I do zucchini to use as my pasta, I do it raw. That's the whole beauty of spiralized vegetable. Now, if I want to quick release this, I may want to cook it 5 minutes. If I'm going to let it naturally release, more like 3 or 4 is plenty, okay? And then I can just set it aside. Again, this is a dish that stays very hot. I don't usually call my children to the table, or didn't call them to the table till it was done. And I would set it aside. Well, you'll see. I'll open it up, sprinkle the cheese on, stir in the ricotta, and then sprinkle the mozzarella, put that lid on, put it on the table, call them to set the table. By the time they've set the table, the cheeses are all melty, okay? This is one of our favorite camping dishes because fast, easy, you don't have to spend your vacation cooking. And when my children were at home and in school, we homeschooled them, but the younger 3 did do a class. They went to King's Academy, and they had to take their lunch. It was easier for me to get up and make either the skillet lasagna or the pasta alfredo than to make them all sandwiches and get all of that. And I had they're called bentos, Mr. Bento. Have you ever seen those? Where you put it all in the dishes, you stack it down, and they all go in the thermos, and it keeps it hot for 4 to 6 hours. So I could put this in each one of their bowls, clamp them down, put a roll on top, and maybe some salad on the very top. And the roll would get warm, and they loved it. It was a hot meal as opposed to a cold sandwich. And Some of my kids decided they didn't like sandwiches. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. They don't like mayonnaise. And I'm like, y'all are crazy. Mayonnaise, just eat it, you know. How many of y'all have mayonnaise sandwiches growing up? I hate mayonnaise sandwich. I love it, you know. And I'm like, that's the reason you don't like a sandwich. They say it's dry. And I'm like, put mayonnaise on it. And it wouldn't be. But anyway, that's a whole different story that we don't have to get into. So I do want to say with these dishes, I do find that a skillet pan is the better option. One of the classes that I learned this by mistake in got a little bit larger than even this today, and I decided to do it in the 8-liter stock pot because I was going to double the recipe. For some reason, the depth and the thickness still of the sauce, it's scorched. So I've never had it scorched in the skillet. So I do find that a skillet pressure cooker is the best option here. But if you added a little more liquid, it might be fine in a stock pot. But I would thin it more if you're going to use one of the stock pots. So this is coming up to pressure. You can see it's letting a little bit of steam. You can't double it in this skillet, not the skillet lasagna. The pasta Alfredo we will double today. So here's the trick I learned with pasta Alfredo. We're going to cook the noodles in some cream and chicken broth is what's going to thin it. And then those noodles are going to absorb a lot of that liquid, and then we will stir in the cheeses there at the end. Okay, so let's look at the pasta Alfredo recipe. So if you want to make this, if your kids like, don't put green in my dishes, then don't put the green onions in. I like the little bit of color that we add to the Alfredo. So I'm going to, I don't know where my lid went off to. There it is. Yep. They're a little tighter this time, so there we go. So I am going to put some green onions in there. Like I said, if you're wanting to make this more mac and cheese-ish, I think the recipe calls for shallots. They're hard to peel, so I avoid them. And I like the green color, so I add just a little green here. Like I said, if you're making this for your kids and they're like, nothing green, no onions or whatever, can't really hide green onions now, can you? You can hide regular onions from someone that thinks they don't like it, but anyway. All right, so look at this recipe. It calls for 1 cup of light cream and 1 cup of chicken broth. So total 2 cups of liquid, all right? You can't find light cream anymore in the regular grocery store. BJ's does carry it. If you have a BJ's, it does have the light cream. But you can't find light cream at Publix anymore. I don't know why, or Kroger, or regular grocery store. So what I learned was use heavy cream, but instead of equal parts, we're going to do a little more chicken broth than heavy cream. So in this recipe, we'll cut the heavy cream to 1/2 of a cup and the chicken broth to 1.5 cups. Does that make sense? Keep your total the same. So I'm doubling this. So I want 4 cups total, right? So I'm going to do 3 cups of chicken broth and 1 cup of heavy cream. Are you with me? You don't want to use 1/2 and 1/2. I learned that 1/2 and 1/2 actually will curdle. Okay? So heavy cream or light cream, one or the other. If you can find the light cream, then do it exactly as the recipe calls for. But because heavy cream is pure heavy cream, you want to use a little bit less and you'll get the same. So I found that cutting it in half was perfect. Okay, my pressure cooker is up. So now I can reduce the cooking, the heat, and start the timer. And I will do this 5 minutes because we will naturally release it, all right? I'm sorry, quick release. Sorry. Thank you, Brad. Brad, y'all's translator. Aren't you glad he's here? I said something, which by the way, just so you know, I'm starting a podcast on the healthy benefits and healthy eating and healthy living. It's going to be called Sue's Healthy Minutes, and it's about ready to launch, so keep an eye out on the newsletter for when that will launch. And so I was listening to my recording, And I said something like, it was supposed to be the fiber is food for that good bacteria in your colon. And I said, the colon is the food for your good bacteria. I had to go record the whole thing again. I'm like, yeah, it's just crazy. You know how you say things that, and you think you said the right thing. You swear you said the right thing, but you didn't. So anyway, little pinch of salt. I don't usually salt this too much right now because it depends on what cheese I'm using. Parmesan is very salty, so on this dish, you can always add salt at the end. You can't take it back, all right? The recipe calls for nutmeg. I love nutmeg. I love it in muffins, everywhere. I love nutmeg. I put in my hot chocolate. I love it. I do not like it in cream dishes and quiche. Don't ask me why. I don't care for it. But if you like that, it does add a little nutty sweetness, flavor, but I think that's it. I don't like those things sweet, so I don't put the nutmeg in. So now we've got our cream. I don't know if it can do, you know what? I think y'all are going to want a lot of this. I'm going to like half again as much. Let's see if I can do that. So it would be 1 cup. I know. So I'm going to do that. But when I try to triple it, that doesn't work. It spews out. So we're going to try to half again as much, whatever. You know what I'm saying. We'll do a half a recipe more. So this will be 2 1/2. Okay. All right, while this is warming, I'm going to take this over to the sink, and I'm going to quick release it. And what you want to do, what I usually do, if you have a sink that has a divider, if you have a double sink, then I just take it over and set it there because the pressure cooker's heavy. And I just start running it on the edge of the pressure cooker. You don't want to cover it because you don't want it to go inside the pot at all, but you just want to bring that pressure right down. Okay? And this lever to undo the lid will let you know if all the pressure's gone. Because if I try to undo it and I get that means the pressure's not out yet. So again, there's no way you're going to open this lid by mistake and have it fly out at you because it still had too much pressure, okay? You won't be able to. Okay, so now I know that my pressure is all gone. Okay, let's just let that sit a minute. And then we'll add this, actually, whole bag of pasta. And that's because 2 1/2 recipes is why I added that whole bag. Okay, so this is again the brown rice pasta. It's the fusilli. Is that how you say it? I love this brand of pasta. We carry the is that how you say it? Fusilli. Ashley, is that how you say it? Yep. She's giving me a thumbs up. She's my expert back there. And then these are the elbows. So we carry these 2 types. And then we also carry the linguine, the flat, like, pasta. Is it fettuccine? Okay, fettuccine, sorry. Okay, so I just give this a quick stir. Say it again. Yes, it really is. That's what I'm saying. Both of these dishes, they are better in a skillet type pressure cooker. If you were going to cook it in a pot, I've had the same problem. I tend to scorch it. I would add maybe a little more chicken broth to this one, a little more water to this one, so it's a little more liquid there. Yeah. So, and a little trick Lars taught me, especially dishes that are a little more prone to scorch, get it boiling before you put that lid on so it doesn't take so long once the lid is on. And then give it a shake. Just give it a little shake, and that gets those molecules happy and, gets that air, the pressure building more quickly. All right, so let's go back to our skillet lasagna. Did anybody time this? I meant to ask y'all to time it. It didn't take very long, right, from start to finish. So there's our pasta. Now it looks a little watery and a little liquidy, but one thing you have to remember, any pasta, but especially the brown rice pasta, because the fiber is all there, because the bran and everything is there, it's going to absorb a lot of moisture while it sits. Now, a lot of times we eat this just like spaghetti sauce and noodles. We don't make it like skillet lasagna. To make it like skillet lasagna, we're going to stir in some ricotta cheese. And one time I didn't have ricotta cheese and I had cream cheese, so I stirred in cream cheese, and the kids said they liked it better with the cream cheese. So again, recipes are just suggestions. If you want to just put some Parmesan on top of this and serve it just like spaghetti and meat sauce, that's the way we ate it probably more times than making it like lasagna. So, but to make it more like skillet lasagna, we'll stir in. See how thick it is? It really is thicker than it looks. When you see that liquid on top, you're like, ugh. And the noodles are completely done. Sure beats boiling that big pot of water forever, doesn't it? Okay, the potatoes are finally up to pressure. That was a big pot of potatoes. That was like 5 pounds of potatoes in there. So if you can set the timer there for 4 minutes, and then I'll let you bring that over when it goes off.
What size skillet is that?
This is a 4.5 liter skillet, Karen, right? 4.5? 4 liter. Okay. All right. All righty. You can taste it here at this point. If it needs a little more salt, you could add a little more salt here if you need to. And then here's what I do. Take my mozzarella cheese. Our pasta Alfredo is already up to pressure. So this we're going to do for 4 minutes. Right? Is it 4? Oh, actually 5. Sorry about the hammering. Our store is open, so somebody's putting a gamma lid on for somebody. All right. So I just now going to put the mozzarella on. And even with stirring in the ricotta, this is still pretty hot. Okay. And now I'm just going to put that lid on and just let it sit till my kids get the table set or they get ready for me. We'll wait on our pasta Alfredo here. But you can see it's basically ready to serve. If you have some bread, you have a salad. By the time you get your bread and salad on the table, this is ready to go. This changed everything for me. I was like, if I didn't have ground beef thawed out, it was like, stop at the store. I just need a pound of ground beef and a jar of sauce. I always have cheese because we love cheese. Cheese is a food group all of its own. My little granddaughter one time came to her mom and said, can I have a dessert? And she said, sure, what do you want? She goes, how about cheese? Cheese was her dessert. So, all right, let me get. No, the question is, do I ever spray any of them with Pam or anything? You don't need to. Yeah. Usually if I'm browning something, I'm going to use oil anyway, but I don't. I think Pam, when it gets really hot, it gets kind of sticky and can almost make things stick. So I just use oil if I need to put some oil in there, or like if you're using meat, the waffle bottom, you don't have to oil at all. All right, I'm going to get rid of this. We'll get ready to finish up our pasta Alfredo. I don't know why this is leaking. Oh, it's got a little hole there. That's why I keep spilling pasta. All right. Our soup is ready. It's coming down. It's done cooking. Let me stick these in. That's kind of a southern thing, isn't it, to say it's done cooking? It is finished cooking. Boy, am I catching my very southern English. I was recording my podcast, and I said, and it's fixing to do this, and then I'm like, that's not correct. It's about to do. All right, so I'm going to set this guy aside, and we will bring our soup up. Actually, I'm going to let it just sit there. And just let the pressure come down. And let y'all see, if it's a pot full of soup, it may take 20 minutes for the pressure to come down. You saw how fast the skillet lasagna came right down, because there's not as much liquid and heat generated there. It's not a whole pot full of chicken and broth. So your stew pots, this is called a stew pot, it's going to typically take a little longer for that pressure to come down because of how full you have it, okay? So we'll just set aside. Okay, it's down. Okay, just bring it over here. Okay, just set it right there on that hot plate if you would. Right there. Oh, just go right there. Thank you. Yeah, we're dancing. You didn't know you were coming to a dance class. So, all right. So while we're waiting on our skillet lasagna, I'm going to go ahead and get my beef stew, the Sue's Chuck Wagon stew, ready for you. And if you want to turn that recipe, and then we'll come back and finish up our pasta Alfredo. So for the pasta Alfredo, you could use all Parmesan cheese if you want, and I do love fresh grated Parmesan cheese, is amazing. If you want to make it more mac and cheese, then use all cheddar or jack or whatever you use in your mac and cheese. And then I've even like made it, because I like the crispy breadcrumbs on top of my mac and cheese. And so what I'll do sometimes, if I want more of that mac and cheese kind of style, is I'll cook it in here, just stir my cheese in, dump it in a casserole, put my breadcrumbs on top, and pop it in the broiler. That was still super fast, okay? But this is one of my favorite potluck, take it to church, because as soon as it gets done, stir my cheese in, put that lid on, put it in the car, and it's not a casserole dish sliding around. And I know another time where we were going to church, someone had just had a baby or surgery, I don't remember. And the 30-minute meal that I'm going to do at the end, the barbecue chicken, the braised potatoes, and the green beans, I did that for her. And Brad and I loaded it up. I did it in less than 30 minutes, loaded each pot, just took it off the stove, put it in the car, took it to her house, dumped it all in her dishes, loaded my dirty pots back up, and we left. And they had a hot meal that was so easy to transport with. How many of y'all have spilt transporting, in your car? Yep, you won't do it. One time my pot even tipped over and it didn't spill. I was pretty happy about that, because I had to slam on brakes and I heard it all slide, and I'm like, oh no, how good is this? And it was great. So anyway, our pasta Alfredo has come down, so has turned off. So I'm going to quick release it just the way we did the other. Go over here to my sink. Sorry, I don't know if I'm... Ashley, you got me? Am I out? Okay. They've told me my limits of where the camera can get to me, and I don't always remember. I'm so glad we're going to start live streaming as many classes as we can. It's a what's the word I'm looking for? Having an available camera person sometimes is not always possible. But Ashley, stand up, Ashley. Y'all can turn and see Ashley. Wave to her. There she is. Ashley is my oldest child, my oldest daughter and oldest child. All right, she's been with us a long time. She does a lot of classes on her own. The YouTube channel has a lot of classes with Ashley. She's younger. All right, still a little more pressure than I want to stand there and hold. You can stand there and push the button and release it. Lars would say you can just release it and give yourself a facial as the steam is coming out, but I don't usually want that.
You're a lot younger in some of those videos too.
Yes,
Just
I
saying.
am. Yes, we started our business in 1992, and when you say you've been in business 30 years, I mean, that sounds like a long time, right? But when you say I was 37 when I started my business, and now I'm about to be 67, that's a lot. That's old. I'm old, so like, yeah. Yeah, I looked at a picture the other day that popped up on my memory, and it was from 2013, and I'm like, holy cow, I was young. But it was 9 years ago. Yeah, we talked about this last night over dinner, that when you hit 60, I don't know, something starts accelerating. Those cells start dying fast. So, all right. Yeah, if y'all ever want to join us, we have a senior citizen supper club. So here's my pasta Alfredo. Again, as this sits, this is going to absorb the pasta noodles because of the fiber there, and just pasta in general does absorb liquids. So, can y'all see okay? I'll move over here so y'all can get a little bit better line of sight. I'll put those dishes right in y'all's way, or those pots. So now I'm going to just add my cheese, and I was telling you, cheddar if you want this more like mac and cheese, but I do want it more like Alfredo. But instead of Parmesan, I have chosen one of my favorite cheeses, Dubliner cheese. It's an Irish cheese. It's kind of like cheddar cheese, sharp cheddar cheese meets Parmesan. It's cheddary tasting, but it is very much like Parmesan. So we're going to add that. And because I added a little more to the recipe, I'm just going to go ahead, instead of putting this in the refrigerator where it molds, I'm just going to put it in here. Now that might be a little much, but Dubliner cheese. It's an Irish cheese. You can get it at Publix. You can get like a little 8-ounce block, but at BJ's, Sam's, and I think even Costco, you can get a big 2-pound block. I'll show you. Kerrygold Dubliner cheese. So this is the big block you can get like at the wholesale stores. You can only get a little block at regular grocery store. So, so here it is. If you want a little more color, you could put a little parsley on top of this. I'll go ahead and put this Parmesan on top. One thing I love to do, we like smoking chicken breast. And so when I'm going to do smoked chicken breast, I'll do the Cajun rub that I'm going to do for you today. And I'll go ahead and do extra when we have that, the chicken for dinner. And then the next day I'll do my pasta Alfredo. I'll steam my broccoli to the side and then slice that chicken and just put it in there. And I've got chicken broccoli pasta Alfredo in 11 to 15 minutes instead of a long time. Does that make sense? Yep. All right. So here's our dishes that we're about to serve you. Pasta Alfredo and skillet lasagna. One other thing I want to show you that I love about the Fissler pressure cookers, the handle on this side. You may think that that's not a big deal. Some of the cheaper pressure cookers don't have a handle on this side. This pot is heavy. There's no way I could have picked it up by just the handle. Here, I have to have this, all right? So there is our skillet lasagna and pasta Alfredo. See how melty the cheese is now from just those few minutes of sitting there with the lid on. There you go, madam. Got it? You're going to love these. Some garlic rolls from cooking class and some salad. Sure you can. The handles do not get hot. Yeah. Her question is, the handles, do they get hot? Because she noticed I'm not using pot holders to lift them. They do not get hot. Now, I guess if you were cooking over a bigger burner, like a camp stove or something that maybe went out around the pot, that was bigger than the pot you were cooking on, it might get a little, but I've never had the handles get hot that I know of. On a big gas burner, we have, yeah. And for those, I would highly recommend, like if you are going to take this camping or cooking it on an outside stove or something that is a bigger burner than your pot, they do make something called a diffuser. I would get that plate, and that'll protect that handle a lot. It just covers that open flame. But my regular gas stove at home that's, has 2 big burners and 2 medium burners, I never have it get hot there. Okay? Say that again. Right. Yes, the way an induction burner works, it's magnetic. It turns your pot into the heating element. It's magnetized. So you have to have a pot that is magnetic. And not all, even if it's stainless steel, doesn't necessarily mean that it's magnetic. So you have to check. That's why Brad has to, he can't do the smoker on one of these because it's not magnetic, even though it's all stainless steel. We have had some folks buy these for elderly parents that they were concerned about leaving the burners on at home, because that's one thing, after a while it will turn itself off as a safety feature, but also if you see every time I pick the pot up it turns off. So that's a nice safety feature too. The induction burners are very fast. They heat very quickly. I get real spoiled using these here and I miss them when I'm at home, but it's all right. Now, I know that the multi-pots, Instapot brand, those are real popular, and we do carry the Fissler. Fissler did make one for a little while. I've been told they have discontinued them. We do have a couple in stock still. Very, very nice. The other brand that we carried was the Zavor multi-pot, and those we haven't been able to get right now. I like a multi-pot here and there. It's kind of convenient, like when we took it snow skiing with us a couple years ago, and Ashley and we went with Ashley's family, and we would get up and put something on and set it, and you could come back and it would be ready at lunch because it does everything for you. It takes the pressure up, maintains that pressure, and then turns itself off. They are nice, but I will say that I think they're pretty much good for soups and stews. You wouldn't do green beans because there's not a great way to release the pressure. So that's my feeling there. So our chicken is ready. So we'll just, got a little more pressure. I'm still getting used to this one. I think this is, there we go. That's how I can release the rest of it. Nope, don't want to do that. Don't want to do it too fast. I thought it was more down than that. I just lost my soup. All right. All right, well, I'm going to let this continue to come down because it's not down as far as I thought it would. Let's look at our potato salad. Tell you what, I don't think it's down either. Nope, let's get our beef stew started. It's called Chuck Wagon Stew because in the days of Wagon Train, how many of y'all grew up watching Wagon Train? I did. Clint Eastwood was so handsome, wasn't he? He was in Rawhide. That's right. That's right. Either one. Doesn't matter. They were both good shows. In those days, you didn't waste anything. I think we're people of waste now. So when you finished your coffee in the morning, they would take that coffee and use it in their stews, and that would give it a more intense flavor. So we are going to take our beef stew. And for it, we are going to use a 6-liter pressure cooker. Okay, so you're getting the chicken soup. So all we did with the chicken soup is once the pressure came down, I lifted the chicken out, Brad graciously deboned it, and then we just heated it up this morning and added the noodles, and you're good to go. So like I said, you could quick release the soup and let that pressure come on down and have soup in 30, 45 minutes, you know, so. So this recipe calls for a cup of coffee. I don't drink coffee. Now this is not, you don't want to use your hazelnut or your whatever, your minty coffee. You want just black coffee. And usually I keep, you know, just a jar of instant coffee around just to use for my stew or pot roast. I left the pot roast recipe is also still in your handout. I do it basically the same as the stew. I just discovered the stew was easier to serve classes than having to cut the pot roast and all of that. And it's ready a lot faster, but it's basically the same, the flavor. So, but I don't drink coffee and I don't have it around readily. So when the Olivelli products came in, one of the items, one of the seasoning items was a roasted coffee rub. And I discovered that I can put about 2 tablespoons of this over my meat and it gives me that same rich, delicious coffee flavor without necessarily having to have coffee around. If you're a coffee drinker, make it by the recipe and pour your leftover coffee in there. Remember, not hazelnut or minted or amaretto or whatever, just the plain black coffee will give you some great flavor there. And it won't taste like coffee. So, like I said earlier, when you're cooking stew or even a pot roast, you really want to sear your meat. It adds a flavor that's just more dynamic and more intense than it would be did you not sear it. Kind of like what I tell people, kind of like the difference in sautéing vegetables and roasting vegetables. The difference is night and day because it caramelizes those sugars. This is kind of caramelizing those proteins that are in the meat. So we just want to give it a nice sear here. I'm going to get the potatoes for this and let them be melting, draining. Trick to potatoes. Go ahead and cut them, cover them with water or fill your container with water and throw the potatoes in as you cut them. Keep them in your refrigerator. You can actually, they're good for a couple of weeks. So if you get a big batch of potatoes and you're making something with potatoes tonight, go ahead and, you know you're going to use potatoes later in the week. And I'm telling you, once you start using pressure cooker, you're going to have potatoes a whole lot more than you ever thought about having them before you pressure cooked. Okay, so instead of using my cup of coffee or a cup of coffee today, I'm going to go ahead and use just 2 tablespoons of this roasted coffee rub. It is so delicious. When Ashley introduced us to the Olivelli products, she discovered it doing cooking classes at other kitchen stores. And when she introduced us, one of the first dishes she made for us was the coffee rub steak tips. Oh my goodness. I fell in love with that then, and it is so delicious. These do, I believe, let me read you what this has in it. Actually has sugar, coffee, sea salt, onion, garlic, mustard, smoked paprika, chili powder, rosemary, thyme, coriander, cumin, and black pepper. Yeah. It's just got flavor, lots of flavor besides just coffee.
But the salt that they do use is unrefined salt.
Right. The salt that Olivelli uses, the salt that Salt Sisters uses is all unrefined, unprocessed. So we have a great class coming up Wednesday, which is soup and bread. You coming? Yep, which you're going to see me use these pressure cookers again, I'm telling you. All right, so this is we're going to add our carrots. Is everybody good with mushrooms? Is there anybody that just hates mushrooms, like really hates mushrooms? You really hate mushrooms? Do you want me to leave them out? Do you mind picking around them, or you sure? All right. Because I kind of had a package of mushrooms, which one of the soups I'm doing in the class was a total throw together. The other night when it was so chilly, I was just like, I just want soup. I had some beef stew and I had mushrooms, and I had onions, and I had beef broth, and I had barley. And I'm like, I'm just making this beef and mushroom and barley soup. Brad and I were like, this is delicious. And it was ready in 15 minutes or less. And, well, I guess barley took about 20 minutes to pressure. So, all right. Oh, man, this smells so good. Do y'all smell it already? You know, I hope that this pot's going to be big enough. I'm always notorious for... Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes. She's saying she's never been a mushroom lover too much, but the new olive oil, the new flavor this quarter is the mushroom sage, that's what I use to saute the mushrooms and the onions for the soup. Oh my goodness, it was so good. And we just start drizzling it. A girl that lives with us right now, she drizzled it over this chicken soup, the mushroom sage oil. She said, wow, is it delicious. So, yep. All right. So I've got my onions, carrots in there, and I used a little bit of the garlic, caramelized garlic. Mushroom sage would have been great in here. But what I love about mushrooms, they add a meatiness, you know, and I think I chopped these big enough. You'll be able to see them. Are you okay with that? Okay. Because I don't always put it in. I just had them yesterday, and kind of like when you have something, you're like, ooh, I'm in the mood for that. Brad and I actually grow shiitakes, and we inoculated some logs about a year and a half ago. And they're not producing right now because it's too cold. But those are so delicious. I'll make a mushroom lover out of you if you have shiitakes. I don't think this is going to hold all these potatoes. I was a little ambitious with the potatoes. All right. Now, I think the recipe tells you to coat the meat with the flour. I stopped doing that because it had a tendency to scorch. And if you're not using, now an answer would be to use a little bit of wine to get that up, but I find in the stock pots, it had a tendency to scorch. And so I quit putting it in too early, and I just kind of stir it in now. So I'm going to go ahead and put some Italian seasoning. The Olivelli products also have some salts, some infused salts, and there is a black garlic that's really tasty. And the flour you could leave totally out if you want a more soupy soup instead of a stew. I didn't put the salt in yet, did I? Do y'all do things like that, like save like a teaspoon of something? You're like, why didn't I dump that in? It's kind of like with the cheese. I knew what was going to happen to that cheese if it went into the refrigerator. I was going to come back the next time and it'd be moldy. I'm like, nope. All right. So now we're going to add our beef broth. I also love this class because I won't cook tonight. It's like we are having leftovers. That's not the only reason. I'm not kidding you. Next to my grain mill, I would have to say the pressure cookers have been the best thing that have come into our home. All right. So you could totally add the cup of coffee here if you wanted to. It can use a little more liquid. I'm going to add a little more broth because I want to maximize my pot, right? So I'm just going to take it up to that fill line. This is a 6 liter. Sorry, I've been meaning to tell y'all the sizes of the pots. So if I were doing a pot roast, I would probably use, a little wider pot, or you could cut it and sear it in here 2 pieces at a time, Kind of like that story about the wife that kept cutting her pot roast in half, and her husband asked her why. You know the story? And she said, I don't know. My mother always did it. And he goes, well, why did she do it? And she said, I don't know. She just always did it. And so he said, well, let's call your mom and find out. And she said, because I didn't have a pot big enough to put the roast in. So she cut it in half. So you could certainly cut it in half here if you needed to. But with your pot roast, you could do it the same way. The coffee rub is amazing with a little salt sprinkled on, and I rub it with the caramelized garlic oil. I sear it, and then add your coffee or water or beef broth, whichever one you want to use. Pressure it for about 45 minutes, and then take the lid off, add your potatoes, carrots, celery, whatever vegetable, onion you're adding. I usually add my onion with the roast when I'm cooking it, and then it's 10 minutes more, and those veggies are done. So that's a way to cook the pot roast. All right, did I put everything in? I think I did, except for the coffee. I didn't put it in because I didn't need to. All right, so we're going to let that come up to pressure. Now we'll look at our chicken. It's all down, and I won't spew broth everywhere because that's not fun. Okay, so see the pressure's down very easily. Can I get that lid off? So there is my chicken. I could have quick released it if I needed to soup yesterday. I could have quick released it and brought it down, but like I said, with soups, I usually put them on in time. What is beeping? Oh, is it that? You took a pot off. That's what it's telling you. So I would just lift the chicken out, debone it, throw the chicken back in, heat it up, and add the noodles, okay, and cook them. Don't really need to pressure them. When I've got the hot soup like that, the rice noodles, the rice pasta only takes about 4 to 5 minutes to cook. So I just let them simmer in the broth there. So Brad, whenever you're ready, you have chicken to debone. No, I know. You've already served. How'd y'all like the chicken soup? Isn't that the tastiest chicken soup? No bouillon, just water, the chicken, salt, and Italian seasoning. And if you wanted garlic in there, if you wanted other seasoning in there, it's your soup. If you don't like celery, don't put it in there. If you don't like onion, don't like mushrooms, don't put it in there. It's your soup. Remember, recipes are just a suggestion. All right, so let's real quick look at our potato salad. Ugh. I haven't, but you can in the pressure cooker. In the bones, I would think so, because the meat is covering it. Yes, I would still think you could use those bones to make the broth. So here's always when you open the pressure lid, just like taking any pot off of any lid off of a pot, open it away from you because it is steam that's coming up. So here's our eggs. We're going to lift them out. They're fully cooked, boiled eggs. And there's our potatoes. I'm going to drain them whenever you're making potato salad or even mashed potatoes, to drain them and let some of that moisture just evaporate, or let the potatoes dry a little bit. I need to get rid of these potatoes. If I had known I had too many, I wouldn't have taken them out of the water. I have had potatoes in the refrigerator covered with water for as long as 3 weeks and drained them and used them. So it's a great way to not have to chop potatoes when you want to have a quick meal. All right, so I'm just going to drain these. Okay. Just let them do a quick little dry there. Brad and I just went on a road trip with Brad on his co-op deliveries, and he had to listen to what I listened to, so he enjoyed it. We listened to a doctor it's only available audiobook. It's called Gutful. It's a great, first of all, she sounds like me in some places, and I'm like, ooh, that's kind of good. And I learned so much from her, but I knew some of this information, but she shed some light on it even deeper. It's resistant starch. Have y'all heard of resistant starch? It gets, in some circles, it's presented as a negative of grains that, oh, they're full of resistant starch, amylopectin and amylose. And amylopectin. And it's presented in a negative light that the body can't break it down, so it causes digestion problems, which is not correct at all. The body doesn't, our enzymes don't break it down, so it gets dumped in the gut, and it is the most, the best fiber type, starch and fiber for your gut organisms. And that's what the gut organisms use to break down and produce butyric acid, which they are finding potent anti-carcinogenic agent, very healing to the gut lining. I mean, it's very critical, and some other things. And it's also what makes you feel full longer, because it's very slow to digest. But anyway, here's what I knew, but I had forgotten. When you cook grains and potatoes and rice, foods that have starch in them, it solubilizes that starch, that resistant starch, and makes it not resistant. But then when you cool them, it reverts back to being very resistant. So things like potato salad or boiled grain salads, where you've cooked the grain and then cooled them and eaten it cold, give you the most resistant starch of all. So Brad's like, woo, yeah, let's eat potato salad then. So it doesn't mean that it's bad for you if you eat them hot, but it's just the resistant starch. When that grain or that starchy food is cooled, it actually is reverts back to being resistant instead of soluble. Is that kind of cool? I don't know if I explained that very well, where you can understand it, but anyway. All right. So we're just going to let those cool for a few minutes, and I'm going to get the meatloaf. Oh, man, no wonder that's not coming up. I forgot to turn it up. Always start it on high. So we'll get our meatloaf and mashed potatoes going here. I'm actually going to use the big 10-liter pot for these because I need a little more room. Now this is a big, big guy. This will do about a 10 or even 12-pound turkey if you wanted to roast a turkey in here. And that is an hour maybe to roast a turkey. And it's very moist and very delicious. Now, the pressure cookers, the Vita quick pressure cookers, used to come with the tripod and the insert. They no longer do. We do have a few individual pots that have like this and are at the old price, but not very many. And those are out in front of the cash register on the floor right there, stacked up there. But the new ones will just be the pot and the lid. But I'm going to use my perforated insert for my meatloaf. Scoop this. No, I haven't. How do you know when you need to use one? Well, you're going to see I'm going to cook potatoes and meatloaf all in the same pot. We do have a few that don't have perforations. I could have put my eggs in here and just used it. A lot of times, like green beans, things I don't want to be sitting down in the water, but I need the water to create the steam, I will typically use a basket or even a trivet of some kind. You could even do some type of, I don't love to cook with foil, but you could put foil in there if you needed to lift something off and didn't have something to lift it off. I think you could even put a towel in there if you wanted to. I don't know. I'd have to check that it doesn't burn. But anyway, I don't think it would with the liquid. But most of you probably have something like that flat one that I had here. I don't know what I did with it. That's just a basic trivet. But just something to lift the beans or even the potatoes if I'm doing a lot of potatoes and I don't want to put that much water in, because they get kind of starchy and sometimes they might scorch on the bottom. So I'll usually even put a trivet in with that, with potatoes. But mostly it's my vegetables, things that I don't want sitting down in the water because I don't want the water to leach them out. Does that make sense? All right. So for this, I'm going to do my meatloaf and mashed potatoes. Just going to sit our eggs aside, and we'll mix that potato salad up in just a minute. I'm going to serve that at the end with our barbecue chicken, green beans, and sweet potatoes. Let me put some of this away.
Mom, do you mind repeating what was the name of that audiobook you listened to?
It was called Gutful.
Gutful. Okay.
Yep, I'll tell you, it's by Dr. It's amazing. It really is great. It's by Dr. Joanna McMillan. It's called Gutful. And as far as I know, it's only available on audio. It is, yes, it is free with Audible if you have a subscription. It is well worth listening to. There's some things I would tell her a little different, but about grains and things. But she's not anti-grain, or in fact, she's quite pro that we need that fiber from fresh fruits and vegetables and grains. It's a great listen. I'm only on. I think there's 10 episodes. I'm on 6. So, and I want to go back and listen to that one about resistant starch. It's very, very, very insightful. Will make you want to eat more bread. But the digestion one sounds exactly like my presentation on digestion, or, well, for the most part. So anyway, all right, let's mix up our meatloaf. Yep, she has a poopy talk. She goes, we're going to talk poop today. So, meatloaf is one of those meals that I have never had a recipe for. So I when I started adding it to this class, I had to kind of find a recipe and go with it. So here is the recipe that I came up with. This is from Lorna Sass's Pressure Perfect book. And so we'll just mix that up. Because I used to use, in the early days, before I started reading labels as much, I would use the Lipton onion soup recipe, right? Can hardly beat it. And but then when I was read the label, I'm like, ooh, that's a lot of chemicals in there. So now I just had to kind of come up with something, and some days it was better than others because I would just start throwing things in. So today I'm going to make this recipe from Lorna Sass's book. I'm using about 2 to 2.5 pounds of meat, so I'm going to increase the ingredients just a little bit. Now you may be noticing the recipe calls for rolled oats. Brad has a little problem with digesting oats. So yesterday I got to thinking, we have an attachment to the mixer called the flake mill that will roll, so I roll my own oats to make my own oatmeal from oat groats. Well, you can actually roll rye or soft wheat or any soft grain spelt. And so I decided I will just roll some rye and use rye flakes instead of oatmeal. It's my meatloaf, so, right? Now, I do like to go ahead and crack my eggs over my oats or the grain, whatever I'm using. And you can use breadcrumbs here. Most of the time I use breadcrumbs at home. And but this recipe called for oats, so I decided to follow her recipe, kinda, right? So what I like to do so that the oats, or in this case the rye flakes, aren't so chewy and so prominent in there, I go ahead and put my eggs, put the eggs over it and let it just kind of soften up a little bit while I'm chopping my other ingredients and adding those. Because, meatloaf is one of those things, you get it all mixed up, but you can't taste it. Well, you could taste it if you want to eat raw meat. I actually had a food science professor that ate raw hamburger meat sandwiches. But so anyway, I have no idea if this is going to change the taste of the meatloaf or not. But my kids growing up, they always were like, Mom, why do you try new recipes when company's coming? And it's kind of like you want to. You get inspired. You're like, ooh, I want to do something different than our normal meatloaf and mashed potatoes, chicken soup, whatever. And I will have to say, most times it was delicious. There was a couple times it was like, yikes, that was sorry. Glad we have dessert that I didn't practice on. So Anyway. All right, so this recipe calls for a little parsley. Again, if your family doesn't like green things, then leave it out. I never put parsley in mine, but I'll put it in here. I don't think I need all of that. How did you like the skillet lasagna and the pasta Alfredo? Yes? So easy. I mean, like I said, I have put a timer on me, and 15 minutes we were eating it from start to finish. That's amazing to me. Now, if you want to cut the onions a little finer than this so that someone that doesn't like onions won't see them, go for it. But we're okay. Now, this recipe calls for onion salt, and I am using our Redmond unrefined onion salt. I'm so happy that they make these. Redmond is the supplier of naturally mined mineral salt, no processing whatsoever. It's mined from the ground and ground into salt. And we even have some coarse ones out there as well. So this is sea salt and organic onion. That's it. Not like the onion salts and seasoning salts that you buy in the store. There's absolutely no MSG here. So I'm going to increase this to 2 teaspoons because I'm doing a little bit bigger meatloaf here. Now, here's what I want to tell you. I learned I was missing the Lipton onion soup flavor. So once we started carrying the Olivelli, I think it was 2 or 3 classes ago, I was like, ooh, I noticed the shiitake. It's got that flavor, that smell of the dehydrated, whatever was in that Lipton onion soup. So I've got the onions there, and I discovered that if I added a couple of tablespoons of this rub, it brought the flavor up that I was missing. So I'm just going to add, this is the black garlic shiitake rub by Olivelli. And I love this. And I think I put this, yes, I did. I put it in the soup the other night, the mushroom, just when I was sauteing the onions. I got to write that recipe down because I won't remember what I did. So, and then this calls for chili sauce. I used to use the chili sauce all the time until one day I was like, I think I better read the ingredients. There's some things you buy you think, like pickles. Did y'all know there's yellow dye in every brand of pickles out there unless you go organic? And who would have thought, why do you need to put yellow dye in my pickles? I don't put them in my pickles that I make. Why do you need to put them there? But it's there. So there's things that you just buy and you've been buying and you think, I think I'll read the label. Well, it's full of high fructose corn syrup, the chili sauce, and that I was buying. So I read the ingredients and I discovered that if I just use organic ketchup that doesn't have high fructose corn syrup, add a little bit of the minced onion that we sell, maybe like a teaspoon or so. Yeah, measure carefully. The same with that the chili sauce, the ketchup. A little bit of the minced garlic. And I tasted side by side. It pretty much tastes like the chili sauce that I was buying, the bottled chili sauce. So because I increased the meat, I'm going to add a little bit more. All right. You know what? I meant to get water in here to get it heating. Sarah, I'm going to need a big mixing bowl, maybe one of the blue ones, yeah. Okay. So I'm going to get this water, and like I said, about an inch, maybe an inch and a half. And for this, I am going to put the trivet in the bottom so the potatoes don't scorch. Nope, sorry, not for this one. I'm using that for the meatloaf. That's okay. I'm going to put a little more water in there then. Okay, what is this? Beef stew is up. Going to turn it down. My 7 o'clock breakfast is going away. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, perfect. Okay. I'll get that heating. So now we'll add our other ingredients. So this is taking the place of the bottle of chili sauce. And our salt was garlic salt. If you wanted to use just regular Redmond salt and some garlic in here, that would be great too. Turn this down a little bit more. All right, so now we're going to add our rye. I do, praise Lord, please make this taste right. All right, and then there's no way to mix this but just mix it with your hand. Oh, well, you can put it in the mixer. And what I have done before, and this is what I like to do, especially like now that I've used the Olivelli marinades a lot, is when you go grocery shopping and you buy, you know, maybe for a couple of weeks, or and you buy a big package of ground beef and you're working with some of it, or you're making a meatloaf tonight, go ahead and make two. And what I've done is then shaped it so it would fit in whatever dish I was going to put it in, freeze it. And that way you can just drop that frozen meatloaf right in the pressure cooker and maybe add 5 minutes to the cooking time. That's what I'll do with chicken breasts. If they have them on sale, buy them, go home, marinate them. Put them in Ziploc bags and freeze them that way. And then just cut it open, put it in the pressure cooker, and just a few minutes added to the time. Then you don't have to do that prep when you're in a hurry. That's one thing. Ashley's been using the Clean Simple Eats program that we're carrying now, and they really, really lay out your meal preparation, you know, for a week at a time, your grocery shopping and everything. And it's a wonderful program that, once again, doesn't eliminate any food group. Okay, do I have everything in here? Eggs, meat, onions, parsley. I did rolled rye, garlic, yada, da, da, da. Instead of the It's About Time seasoning, which you could put in here as well, I use the 2 tablespoons of the shiitake rub. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put it in this pan, this trivet that has slits in it. You could use a big, you know, the Corningware dish like I did the eggs in, the bigger one, or whatever you need. You can use that as long as it's an oven-proof dish. But what I'm going to do is I'm using this one because it's actually, I'm going to set this on top of the potatoes that are cooking in the bottom, and the drippings are going to drip down on the potatoes and actually give the mashed potatoes an incredible flavor. So if you don't want that, then use a solid dish. So
Or a solid trivet, because they have both,
yeah,
the inserts.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to add just a little bit of sauce on the top here. Doesn't really need it. Like in the oven, I think you'd add it so it doesn't dry out, but in the pressure cooker, it's not going to dry out at all. Okay, I'm going to dump my potatoes for my potato salad in the mixing bowl. Oops. So I can dump my potatoes for my mashed potatoes and drain them. And the nice thing about pressure cooking is it's going to cook these potatoes, whether they're tiny or big or whatever, so you don't really have to cut them super small. They're going to cook in the same amount of time. Typically we cut them small so they'll cook faster, right? But pressure cooker, it's going to cook them, especially since we're putting it in there with the meatloaf, that's going to take 15 or 20 minutes. So that's plenty of time to get those potatoes done. In fact, more than enough. What? Yeah, I did earlier, several times. Keep them from turning dark. You know what? I think you're going to love mashed potatoes, so I'm going to dump these left over from. Yep. Just making sure that meatloaf was going to fit in there. Wow, y'all are really getting, I'm just like ad-libbing here. One thing, if you don't like the meatloaf, you'll like something else. So, again, I'm going to add some salt here. Set this basket right on top. Close this lid. Circle, match it to the post, lock it down. All righty. Got this going on high. Got some water to steam the potatoes and the meat and all of that. Yes? Her question is, if you're doing the potatoes in the water, do you have to refrigerate them? Only if you're going to leave them out, for a day or so. If you're going to use them that evening, I would just leave them in the water. You know, if you're cutting them earlier in the day, and I would just leave them in the water, and you can just cover them with water so they don't turn dark. But if you're going to keep them like I did them all yesterday, they need to go in the refrigerator. Or outside if it's cold. So. I love winter because my refrigerator at home, it's kind of small because that's as big as my little refrigerator opening is. And I love winter. It becomes my refrigerator. So, all right. This is our beef stew. It's got 11 more minutes. I'm going to switch it to the back and let it finish that 11 minutes so that we can move on with our next dish. All right. All right, the next dish that we're going to do is our Cuban black beans and rice. Beans in the pressure cooker. Let's talk about beans in the pressure cooker. There is no reason to buy canned beans. Where's my little cheat sheet here? Hang on. There they are. So, beans in the pressure cooker. Conventionally, beans may take 2 or 3 hours to cook. In the pressure cooker soaked, they will usually only take 12 minutes maybe, depending on the bean. Some cook faster than others. Lentils don't need any soaking time at all. They are very easy to cook. The main reason you soak beans, you don't have to soak beans. The main reason you soak beans, remember we just talked about resistant starch? Yep, that's what beans, what gives beans its reputation. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So you soak beans, it'll kind of break down some of that starch, and that's why you pour that water off and then start with the soaked beans fresh. So it will help eliminate some of that, because like I said, the resistant starch is food for that those good organisms. Well, that process of those good organisms feeding on that starch is called gut fermentation. Do you know what an end product of fermentation is? Yep, you guessed it, gas, right? So beans have a lot of those starches, little harder to digest. And if you're not used to eating beans a lot, and so you're introducing them now, and even grains, you know, if you start, we get this question all the time. Oh, does this bread really give you this much gas? Yes, it does. Okay, just, yeah. So, but if you don't eat beans a lot, 2 things are going on. You're introducing a lot of this resistant starch that you may not have the good organisms to break that down more readily. So there's 2 things we need to really work on: adding grains and beans to our diet, but also fermented foods, probiotics, getting those gut organisms really reestablished. And they change depending on the type of food that you eat. So if you're a big meat eater, you're going to have different gut organisms than if you eat a lot of fruits and vegetables and grains and beans. And it's the fruits and vegetables and grains and beans type that organisms that are so good for you that produce those byproducts that are so healthy and good for you. So the key is soaking beans will help with that, but also introducing them kind of slowly. And by slowly, I've learned, and I think it might have been on this Gutful book, instead of, no, I don't think it was her. I don't know. I read so much and learn so much. It was instead of, like some people think, start slowly. So I'm going to eat a slice of bread a day. And then maybe in 2 weeks, I'll eat 2 slices. You're better off eat a half a slice for breakfast, a half a slice for lunch, a half a slice for dinner. Eat it throughout the day, giving your body small portions until you work up to big boy portions, adult portions, okay? So that's just something to think about. And the same with beans. Start slowly, but try to introduce them maybe, a little bit throughout the day instead of one helping today and then not eating any for several days, okay? So let's talk about beans in the pressure cooker. So easy to cook. I will be doing a canning class sometime this spring, and canning dry beans is amazing to can them yourself. Soak them overnight, boil them a little bit in the morning, pack them in your jars, and pressure can them, and it fully cooks them. So then you just take those beans out, ready to go. So that is wonderful. But just cooking beans in a pressure cooker is also great. Soaked, like I said, takes about 12 minutes. Not soaked, it may take 25 to 30 minutes in the pressure cooker as opposed to 1 or 2 hours. So that's just so a can of beans, one of 15-ounce can of beans, is about 1.5 cups of dry beans. But depending on the type of bean, of course. Some bigger beans, it may not be quite as much. 1 cup of dry beans, this is how cheap it is, about 2.5 to 3 cups cooked. So 1 cup of dry beans is just like 2 cans that you're going to buy in the store. So much cheaper. And then you control how much salt and that no preservatives or other things are in there, okay? And it's not in an aluminum can. So I love to add beans to our meal, but most of the time, again, I'm a moody eater. I don't know. I'm in the mood for this, so that's what I'm going to have. And a lot of times it might be centered on bread. If I want cornbread, we're going to have chili. If I want cornbread, we might have vegetable soup. If I want grilled cheese, we will have chicken soup. It's just kind of, I start out the morning, I may want one thing, but by afternoon, it's like, yeah, that doesn't sound good. I want something else. And beans are one of those that I might decide in the afternoon, ooh, I really want black beans and rice or something like that. So I want to show you a little trick if you have not soaked your beans overnight. There's a couple of things you can do so that you always have beans ready, just like the potatoes. Put some beans in a jar, cover them with water, put them in your refrigerator, and they're there. We learned that trick when my daughter has, my oldest granddaughter, Ashley's oldest child, is very allergic to dairy. So Ashley was making her own soy milk and rice milk and things like that. Well, the soybeans had to be soaked. Well, you don't want to run out of milk and then go, I don't have beans soaked. So she learned to just put the beans in a jar, cover them with water, stick them in the refrigerator, and then just pour the water off, and they'll keep like that for a couple weeks. So you always got beans ready to cook. Or you can do like we just talked about, cook a big pot of beans at one time. They'll keep in the refrigerator, for several days, fully cooked like that in the refrigerator. Or come to the canning class in the spring and learn how to can those babies, and that is even better. So we forgot to put beans on last night, say. So I want to do this Cuban black beans and rice, but I don't want it to take too long. So I'm going to take my black turtle beans, put them in some water. It's about 1 cup of beans to 4 cups of water. 2 or 3 cups really is probably plenty. Just a good cover. I don't think that was quite 1 cup of beans. And a teaspoon of salt. And we're going to do something called a quick soak. We're going to bring these up to pressure on high heat, pressure them 2 minutes, quick release, drain it, and it's been like they've soaked overnight. So that's a way that if you forgot to put your beans on, but you do want to soak them so that you'll be popular tonight and not having the issues that people don't like, or then you might be embarrassed with. So go ahead and just put these on, cover them with a good amount of water, a little bit of salt, and let them bring that pressure up on high. Pressure them 2 minutes. You can quick release them or you can let them sit, but I'm usually like ready for them, which is why I'm doing this quick release. So, and then drain them and it'll be just like you just drained them overnight, okay? So we'll do that. While these are coming up to pressure, I'm gonna bring the potato salad up here and get it cooked. Get it finished. There's my boiled eggs. This is a handy tool if you don't have one. It's called a tooth edge chopper. I discovered this when we helped Brad's grandfather move down here from Ohio, 94 years old, lived in his house a long, long time. And he had one of these, and I didn't ever really know what it was for. I mean, you could use it as a biscuit cutter, I guess. But then I saw my mother-in-law, Brad's mom, chop strawberries with it one day, like partially frozen strawberries and for strawberry shortcake. And then I saw her use it for something else, and now I use it for all kinds of things. Coarse chopping nuts, chopping eggs for egg salad, chopping strawberries. What else do I use it for? It's a very handy tool. So there's my eggs. You see, I didn't have to stand here and peel and peel. Of course, I wouldn't have. I would have asked Brad to do that for me, or one of the kids, or you. But how cool is that, to just be able to put them in the bowl, pop them in the pressure cooker, and you can do them whether you have potatoes in there or not. Like I said, I would sit them on a trivet with just as long as you got an inch or so of water and a oven-proof dish.
Do you remember we also had some restaurant owners tell us they used this tool on their leftover baked potatoes from the previous night's dinner service?
Yes.
If they had baked potatoes that they didn't sell, they would use that little tool on their baked potatoes to make their potato salad.
Yeah. So they would just put their potatoes out and chop them up with this, just like I'm doing here. And you can't find them too many places. So when I came back from Brad's grandfather's and I started, and we had started our business later, I looked for them in the stores and couldn't find them. And when we finally found them, I'm like, I want to carry them because that's a handy tool. All right, so here's our potatoes. Excuse me, just a minute. I dropped a cooked potato back here and I just squished it and I don't want to slip on it, so. Kind of like a banana peel. I don't want that show going on. Y'all already saw us dancing up here, so. Don't want the acrobatic show today. So once again, potato salad was one of those dishes that I didn't have a recipe for. It was start dumping in and taste as you go, right? But a friend of mine loaned me a Southern cookbook. I don't remember who it was by. And there was a Southern potato salad recipe in there. And when I made it the first time, I was like, wow, this is almost spot on to what how I would make mine. So here's the recipe. So I do very, very fine, what's that? Celery. It's getting that time of the class. All right. And then about a cup of mayonnaise, a little bit of mustard. Measure that real carefully so you don't get too much. And then I'm going to use a teaspoon of the Redmond seasoning salt. This is predominantly celery salt, so it's predominantly salt. Wow, hey, never mind. Hang on, let me read you the ingredients. It's very much celery salt, but it's not the predominant ingredient, but it does taste like it. So it's sea salt, the ancient sea salt from Redmond, garlic, onion, coriander, mustard, celery seed, organic black pepper, organic paprika, organic turmeric, and organic parsley. And all the other ingredients were organic as well. So that is going to give you that celery salt, seasoning salt kind of flavor. And then this is garlic salt by Redmond. I don't want to get it too salty, so I want to be careful. And then I use Duke's mayonnaise because it's the only one that doesn't have sugar. So, or I mean, I'm sure there's might be an organic variety maybe that doesn't, but even the organics that I found had sugar. Now I did measured a little more than a cup of mayonnaise here because if I need more, I'll add more. And I was talking and I chopped these a little finer than I normally do. I meant to leave them a little chunkier because I like to see my eggs in there. All right, now let's talk about pickle relish. I could not find organic pickle relish and the pick that didn't have the food coloring in it. So, and I discovered I didn't discover, I knew that. Pickle relish is very, 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 very sweet, loaded with corn syrup. So I couldn't find an organic one that didn't have yellow dye. So one of the classes, or when I wanted to try the potato salad, I decided that I would just buy bread and butter pickles. I have this handy tool called a veggie chop, and I discovered that I could take my bread and butter pickles and just chop them up nice. And like relish, I could make my own relish with my bread and butter pickles. And when I did it, I liked the flavor so much better than the sweet pickle relish, because it really just adds sweet flavor. And I didn't necessarily like that. The first time I did this in a class, there was a gentleman, he was sitting right there instead of right there. And he was like, you kept putting those pickles. He goes, I hate pickle relish. And he said, you kept putting those pickles in that potato salad. Do you not like pickle relish either? Ah! Okay, so you can, anyway, he kept saying, you kept putting those pickles in that potato salad. And I was like, oh, man. And I'm like, but he said, that was the best potato salad I ever tasted. And I'm like, yeah, it is. And so he really loved the potato salad with the bread and butter pickles. Do you like bread and butter pickles? Nope. Ah, it's the fermented foods you don't like. Okay.
I like them. It's the one that I don't like.
Oh, it's the one that you don't like, pickles. All right. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of pickles just to sit down. I wouldn't just sit down and eat pickles, but you have to have them in potato salad, don't you think? Yeah. My kids would probably say no, and they don't think I should put celery in there. And I'm like, so you just want mayonnaise, which you hate? I'm like, y'all don't make any sense. But, okay, so this is the cool thing. Did you see this chopper? Great for salsa, chopping nuts, 3 boiled eggs in there. 2 or 3 pulls will make perfect egg salad. I probably overfilled this slightly. Shocker. There we go. So I just made my own pickle relish that is not just sweet, syrupy sweet. We'll see what it needs in a minute. Let's stir this up. And I do like warm potato salad, but I do like it left over cold too.
I would like to say that not all of your children dislike mayonnaise.
That is correct. My brain-filled, wise daughter back there does like mayonnaise, and my third child likes mayonnaise. Well, my first 3 like mayonnaise. What happened to the last half?
I don't know.
I lost my brain cells, and so I didn't give them to them.
But you could leave the celery out of that. That would be fine.
Okay. Yeah, I don't typically put celery in my potato salad, but the recipe called for it. I put it in there. I was like, okay, it's good. I think this could be a little wetter. Let me stir it a little bit more. And I go more by color than anything as far as the mustard.
You could also put the celery in the veggie chop if you wanted to get them super fine and hide them, which is what I would do.
Yeah. Yes, but my wonderful chopper called Mia, she chops them so fine you can hardly find them too. So, because, yeah. Because I was going to show that with the veggie choppers. Here's how you could chop the celery even finer so that no one would see it. And she had already done it for me. All right, I need a fork. Let's see what this needs. I want to get a cross section. Woo, that's pretty dang good. A little mustard. It is, yes, but you could use whatever mustard you like. I wouldn't use honey mustard. Ugh. That would make this potato salad sweet. Just a tad more mayonnaise, not a lot. I don't want it to taste like mayonnaise. And then I'm going to add just a little more salt. It's not coming out as fast as you think it is. So when I said a little, that really was a little bit. All right. I think it's pretty dang delicious. I'm going to pass this off, let Sarah finish stirring this while we finish the black beans and rice. Meatloaf and mashed potatoes. Yep, it's in this one. I'm like, what's in there? Woo! See, I am getting old. There was a time when we first started that I would do a class in the morning, clean up, and do a class in the afternoon. Now it takes me 3 days to recover from teaching a class. So I'm like, I can still do everything I used to do. It just takes me 3 days to recover. And by the end of the class, you just never know what I'm saying. I don't know if y'all have noticed the cloth that I'm using here. It's called a wetted. It's made in Sweden. And the lady that designed this and started the company, she's from Sweden, and she was like, why don't you have these in America? They're made with a completely biodegradable product, and they absorb like a paper towel but clean like a regular cloth. But they're no lint or anything, so it absorbs, I can't remember, 3 times as much or whatever as a paper towel. They're good for 6 months or so, maybe a year. I think I've had mine for more than a year. You can wash them. They dry really fast. And then when you're kind of done with it, throw it away and put it in your compost, and it'll completely break down. So they're just pretty handy. We have all kinds of colors and styles. But they really do a nice job of wiping up. All right, let me move all of this out of my way. Oh, I saw cheese back there, and I'm like, why is that cheese there? It goes in the mashed potatoes. Okay, so let's finish up our beans. Let's bring them over here. Quick release, remember how to quick release. Just run that water, cold water, right over the lip of the pressure cooker. Watch that valve, just that pressure indicator drop. Remember, you can't open it until all the pressure's out. That's a safety feature. This is a 4-quart, roughly a 4 liter, just a little more than 4 quarts, pressure cooker. I call this my side dish pot, because there's one thing with pressure cookers, you certainly don't want to go too small where you can't do anything with it, but the first line of pressure cookers that we sold was a brand, and they had this size pot kind of as their little feature pot, and it was it was just a great value. So people would oftentimes start with that pot. The thing I love about that, I was like, you never want to get one too small. However, this size pot, perfect for a pot of rice as your side dish. Or if there's just, a smaller family, mashed potatoes or green beans. A lot of times I'll do my green beans in this. Now that it's just Brad and I, we're empty nesters. Well, kind of. We have someone living with us right now. But anyway, when the kids were all home, this was my potato pot. 4, yeah, 4 liter. So this is 4, that's a 6, next shelf is an 8, this is a 10, okay? All right, so I'm just gonna drain my beans here, drain that water off, and then I will start fresh, just like I had soaked these overnight, all right? So we're gonna start with our black beans and rice recipe. Now for this, I do use a little bit of oil in the pot to saute the onions. And I chose an olive-oil infused oil, the Fiesta Spice. It's got a little kick to it. It is, well, it doesn't tell you on this one, the natural spices, but it's got a little kick, so I thought that would be good. Again, for years, I've made it with just regular olive oil. So I don't want you to feel like this is an olive-oil class, that you have to go out there and buy all this seasoning and olive oil. But it will make everything taste better. I'm just telling you. So that's what I love about having the olive-oil oils. Few of my favorite is always the caramelized garlic, the blood orange, and then they make the smoked bacon now. It used to be a peppered bacon. Ashley, what is it? It's the smoked bacon or?
Maplewood smoked bacon.
Yes, that one. I love the bacon because Brad and I don't eat pork, and there's places where you just want that bacon flavor, and that oil gives it to you. But the garlic, the caramelized garlic is probably the one I use a lot. We fry eggs in it. Anytime I'm browning meat or sauteing onions, a lot of times I'll just use that caramelized garlic. Do what? Oh, right. Yes, the bacon, like they don't infuse these oils like that one. Is not the peppered bacon or the Maplewood smoked bacon. It doesn't have a slab of bacon in there that they infuse. They find the essence of bacon, the essence of butter, like the sweet cream butter is completely dairy-free in other natural foods. And so that's what they infuse the oils with. Yeah, thank you. That's good to know. All the oils are completely vegan, and they are 100% extra virgin olive oil, true extra virgin olive oil, not adulterated in any way. Meatloaf and mashed potatoes. In this pot, we're going to reduce that temperature, and we're going to cook this for 20 minutes. Way long for the potatoes. The potatoes could easily be ready in 4, but it won't hurt the potatoes to cook longer for the meat to get done. So now look what I'm doing here. I'm cooking a meal in one pot, one burner, one heat source. So, yeah. I don't know what I did over here. Let me turn that off. That was on a temperature. Now, what I like to do when I'm sauteing my onions, there's certain herbs and spices that the essence of those herbs, especially things like garlic and heartier cumin, not oregano so much, but cumin, chili powder, those types of herbs and spices, they do better. They release their essence in fat. So you're better off to cook those when you're sauteing the onion in a little bit of oil. If you're making a pot of chili, put your chili powder and your cumin in with the fat and saute it with the onions. You'll be shocked at how much less chili powder you need for the finished product. It really, really, really is amazing. Now this recipe calls for your seasoning, cumin and cayenne pepper. When we started carrying, this is another line of seasonings that we have. This is the to market line of seasonings. It has no salt, no sugar, no MSG. And so when I was making this recipe one time, I think I didn't have cumin or something. And I was like, oh man. And I grabbed I was like, well, this is your go-to Mexican, that type of seasoning. It's onion, jalapeno, tomato, garlic, cayenne, cumin, paprika, oregano, thyme, pepper. No salt, no sugar, no MSG. This is my go-to taco seasoning. And so here I've got this kind of cayenne pepper cumin flavor. And I was like, well, I don't have cumin today. I'm going to throw in a tablespoon of this for the cumin and the cayenne, and it was perfect. And so now this is called Jack and the Bean. It's by To Market to Market. It comes in these little 2-ounce pouches, or we sell a lot of this one in a 1-pound package because, like I said, it's your fajita chicken, your fajita meat, your marinade. It will, yeah, that. And it actually, all of these are called dip mixes, and they all have recipes for the dips on the package. But right away, I discovered using them as seasoning. Okay. I'm going to, now for this dish, I am going to use rice, but I will tell you, I used barley earlier, and I'll tell you why in a minute. And for my salt, I didn't mean to have this on high. No, I don't want that to burn. Hang on. You can totally just cook this in water and it's very delicious, but when I cooked the chicken for the salad that I made for you, I never waste cooking chicken. And so I covered it with some water so I would have some chicken broth. So I'm just going to use the chicken broth that I cooked yesterday, or made yesterday with the chicken. And I'll explain that in just a minute, what I'm talking about. So there's that. And if you don't have chicken broth, like I said, it's delicious with just water. There's the beans. And that was not quite a cup of beans. Oh, I'm going to need that for potatoes. All right. Did I put 2 of these in? I was like, hey, that's not enough in there. And I meant to mince the garlic, but the heat was so hot I forgot. I got carried away with the heat, and it was scorching. So I normally would have minced the garlic in with the fat. Release all the good flavors. You do know garlic has antibiotic and antiviral properties. And a great way to roast it to eat like that is I separate all the cloves, baste it with a little olive oil while I'm doing that, taking it, the paper and the skin and all that off. I preheat the oven to 350. When I get all the cloves cleaned, baste it with a little bit of oil, spread it out on a cookie sheet, turn the oven off, put your cookie sheet in, and just let it sit there until the oven is cool. And then the garlic has a sweet flavor, and just eat it. It's the best antibiotic, antiviral properties, and you didn't kill it by heating it too much, too hot. All right, a little bit of salt, teaspoon of salt. I'm going to use another Olivelli product that when I was looking for the shiitake rub yesterday, I saw the cumin infused salt. Oh, it's delicious. So I was like, oh, I think I'll use that. You can use plain salt, but I'm telling you, this is delicious. There we go. And it may seem expensive, some of these spices and mixes, but if you went out and bought all of those, you could spend hundreds of dollars easily. And if you're not using them all the time, you're going to end up throwing them away before you use the jar, because I don't know if you know, spices have a shelf life. They lose their potency. And so this is a great way to buy mixes that are already there and use them. You'll find yourself just like me going, ooh, I could use that instead of the cumin that I was missing. So anyway, just a little tip there. Okay, so this is the Cuban black beans and rice. The recipe, I don't know what page in your handout. We've changed the handout since you can see mine are all written on with my notes of thoughts to remember to tell you. I think on the back side should be a black bean and barley chicken salad. Is that right? Or the next page, whatever? Okay. Let me explain what I did. I think Ashley found this recipe and we loved it. And so I would cook the chicken and I would cook the barley and do all that. And then when I got to, we loved the flavor of this and everything. But when I learned how to do this recipe, the Cuban black beans and rice in the pressure cooker, and by the way, this was the first recipe I ever did in the pressure cooker. And the pressure cooker came in. I was here at work, and because they shipped it to me. I didn't come home with it, that's right. And here at the warehouse, and we didn't have the kitchen then, I had to go get the beans out of a bucket, go get the rice out of a bucket. Start to finish, I had this meal on the table in 30 minutes. And that was the first time ever using the pressure cooker and the first time I ever made this recipe. That's real different than normally cooking beans and rice. But anyway, so this recipe, when I made it the first time, I realized the flavor was exactly what I was going for here in this black bean salad, okay? Black bean chicken salad. So what I started doing when I make this recipe, I either do a double or I just make this recipe for this salad in particular. Instead of rice, I use barley. And I just make the Cuban black bean and rice recipe. All right, stay with me. I know y'all are getting a little glazed over. It's late in the class. I need to give you cheesecake, right? So, or chocolate, one or the other. All right, wake up, wake up. So I just make this recipe, dump it out in a bowl, let it cool, and then I add all the salad ingredients. The cooked chicken, the peppers, the green onions, and then I make the vinaigrette and pour over it. Does that make sense? So it's the black bean and rice, Cuban black bean and rice, fully cooked, except I use barley, which you could do it with rice too. But barley has those resistant starches, and barley and oats are two grains that have the highest concentration of a fiber called beta-glucans. And it's beta-glucans that stimulates your gut to recognize foreign invaders that it's never seen before. So beta-glucans is something you want. All grains have it, but oats and barley are highest. And barley has like 3 times more fiber than any other grain. That's pretty amazing. So if you're trying to get your fiber intake up, barley's a great way to go. You want to use hulled barley, not pearled barley. We only sell hulled barley here. Pearled barley is like white rice. It's had the bran polished off, so it cooks faster, okay? But your barley, you'll see it swells up very, very much in soups and things like that. But it is a very nutritious grain, and you could use it. It has so much more fiber than brown rice. So you could totally just make this dish with barley and eat it like this, or like I said, I just cook this recipe just like this, dump it out in a dish to let it cool, add my cooked chicken, and I cooked the chicken in the pressure cooker. I just took 3 chicken breasts, covered it with some water, added a little Italian seasoning and salt, kind of like I do my chicken soup, pressured it for 7 minutes, and took the broth off, and that's what I used here, and then just shredded the chicken breast, okay? And then I added the peppers and the cilantro and the green onions, and then I made the vinaigrette. For years, I have made the vinaigrette just like this, okay? And I zest the orange and put it in, and then I fresh squeeze the orange juice. But since Olivelli, I'm gonna have to tell you what I did. I found that I needed a little bit of honey to bring out the flavor of the salad here, so I would always add a little bit of honey. But here was orange juice. It had an orange component to it. Instead of just using regular extra virgin olive oil, I used the blood orange Olivelli oil. And then I got to thinking, instead of apple cider vinegar, what if I use the tangy tangerine vinegar? So the chicken salad you're going to have today is made with these two in place of the vinegar and the oil. The fresh orange juice is still there. I zested the zest into the salad. When I tasted it the first time I did this, I realized it didn't need any honey at all. The tangy tangerine, this is probably one of my favorite vinegars. You can just drink this. If you're one of those that drinks apple cider vinegar, okay, for joint and health and all of that, all of these vinegars are natural. They all have their mothers, Okay, so they're all truly fermented. They're giving you the same benefits as that apple cider vinegar that you buy, the one with the mother. This, you'll love drinking it. Reminds me of an orange Julius if you're old enough to know what that is. Tangy tangerine. Yeah. But like I said, for years and years and years, I made it right by the recipe. So I don't feel like you have to buy this. But once I did it with this, I like it a whole lot better. And hey, we sell this. And we don't sell apple cider vinegar. We do sell regular olive oil. All right, let me set the timer here. We need cheesecake. Yes? Okay, hang on. Yep, hang on. I'm having trouble multitasking. Okay, yes. Uh-huh. Yes. Mm-hmm. Very good question. So her question is, she doesn't have this size, she has a larger size. Yes, the answer is yes, you can do this recipe in a skillet, which is wonderful. The only problem with doing this, say, in this pressure cooker or even the 8-liter, this recipe, is sometimes you need a little more liquid there because it's spread out, it's going to get hotter, it's going to cook faster. So that's the only thing. You can typically do a smaller amount in a larger pressure cooker. So yes, you could. The skillet is perfect. The skillet pressure cooker would be perfect. Sure, you can if you want, but I think you would want to cook it all and then put it in the refrigerator, get those resistant starches, and add some veggies and vinaigrette to it. So while you're cooking. But if you want to half it, sure, you could half it. No, I don't think so. I think the skillet is fine for it. Because a lot of times I will use the skillet to cook my brown rice. If I've got my pot, use green beans or mashed potatoes. Well, I don't usually use rice and mashed potatoes in the same meal. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I cook my green beans in the skillet. I cook this dish a lot of times in the skillet. In fact, for me, mostly at home, when I cook this, I'll use the skillet because that's what I have. And just to tell you, I told you I went to the cult meeting of pressure cookers. Not really. And, you don't need to own 8 pressure cookers for sure. But I will tell you, they have become my set of pots. There is oftentimes a meal where I have 3 pressure cookers cooking. Got my meat, potatoes, and vegetables going at the same time. But a lot of times, I will dump it out, and like my beans or potatoes, mashed potatoes, go ahead and dump it in my mixing bowl and then cook my beans right in behind it. So 2 for sure is a nice addition to your pot family. Is that okay to say that? Yeah, I think so. All right. So while this is cooking, our meatloaf and mashed potatoes has 9 more minutes. I'm going to get the beef stew up here. I'm going to move this guy back to the back. Okay. All right, let's open up our beef stew. It looks like it has a little more pressure, so I'm going to let it, I'm going to quick release the rest of that. Again, soups, stews, beans, rice, I typically let them naturally release unless I really, 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 really need it right now. And there's sometimes I do. But rice, brown rice, cooking brown rice conventionally takes about an hour. Pressure cooker, 18 to 20 minutes. And any of your grains. One thing in America we don't understand or remember, you can boil grains and eat them too. Brad and I did kind of a survivalist event last weekend. Everybody was like, well, what if you don't have an oven? How can you cook bread? I said, you don't have to cook bread. You can boil it and eat it. And the manna, I don't know if you've ever noticed that in Exodus. You either boiled it and ate it or you made a cake out of it. So what does that tell you? What does that sound like to you? Some kind of grain that God made fall from heaven. So boiled rice, boiled wheat, boiled spelt, boiled rye, and let it cool, just like we were doing with the black beans and rice. And if you want to go get that salad out, get it ready. Yeah. And then add veggies to it. There's some great recipes. Most of y'all should probably have the red book. I don't know if you ever realized that back in the back there is a spelt salad with corn. This is a delicious summer salad. It's got fresh peaches and fresh corn, mint, sugar snap peas chopped up. Delicious. Very refreshing. And then this is a wheat berry and wild rice salad, and it's got the pistachio nuts, the green onions, the dried cranberries, just delicious. And that's just the start. Some of the ancient grains from modern meals, she's got a kamut salad with apples, and it's just, yeah. And in Mediterranean cooking, Greek cooking, if you've got pasta or a boiled grain, you can do it. You can make a meal. Just season it up, sprinkle it with something, and put some veggies on it. So here's our beef stew. Always open that away. It's very, very, very hot. There it is. Yay. Oh, wow. Look how delicious. And it really has been back there quite ready because the pressure had already come mostly down. And if you wanted it a little bit thicker, could have added a little more flour, or you can turn it on, bring it up to a boil, make a paste out of some flour, and thicken it up some more if you want more of a stew instead of a soup. I actually kind of like it like this. So we're going to let our wonderful helpers go ahead and serve y'all the beef stew. Yes. So there's the beef stew, madams. One thing that I use quite often that I learned from another set of cookbooks was to use bean flour as my thickening, and a white bean, and even, I might show this in the soup class. I haven't shown it in a long time. You can just take chicken broth and simmer it, and if you use a white bean flour, and it's for about 2 cups of chicken broth, bring it up to a boil, and then whisk in like a baby lima bean flour, or some Great Northern bean, some kind of white bean. Just whisk it in and let it cook for 2 or 3 minutes. That's what I use for cream of chicken soup. Yeah. Because have you read the label of cream of chicken soup? And there's no milk in it. And it thickens up. If you have babies, it's a great way to make baby food. Put rice in there, rice flour, bean flour, and whisk it right up. It's ready in 3 minutes, and it's delicious. Very, very, very delicious. You can take that same chicken broth and whisk in lentil flour, let it simmer for 3 minutes, and you've got this amazing creamy lentil soup in 3 minutes. When I discovered this, one of my teenage daughters, she loved soup, and she would come in and just fix that for her lunch. 3 minutes, it's ready. It's delicious. I might have to show that in the soup class. Oh, absolutely. You can mill beans in the Wonder Mill. Yes. Yes, you can. It will mill any kind of dry grain or bean. So now for my gravy, like if I cook a pot roast or something and I want to make the gravy, I'll drain the gravy off or the juice off of it, put it in a pot and simmer it, and I will do, for beef, I will typically do either 16 bean soup mix or black-eyed pea. It doesn't have to be a white bean. That's going to lend some flavor. If you don't want it to lend any flavor, use a white bean, like lima bean or Great Northern. Yeah, and it'll thicken right up. You just whisk it in. And you don't typically have to make a paste out of it like you do with wheat flour. You can just whisk it right in, and it'll mix up even with the broth hot. It's delicious. That's how I thicken all of my gravy. Like at Christmas time, we do a prime rib, and I take the juice off and just whisk in the bean flour. Yep. So, all right. Let me get a drink of water. I think I'm dehydrated. Any other questions? I know that was a lot of information there, but it's amazing to just whisk that flour. And you can just do it until it's kind of a little less thick than you want it, because then when it simmers 2 or 3 minutes, it'll get thicker. And just on low heat, and it's ready. Try it. It's gonna be cold tomorrow. I'm telling you, the lentils is amazing. In chicken broth with just a little bit of lentil flour, and whisk it in there and let it simmer, and you've got the best creamy lentil soup. All right, y'all ready for this? We're ready to make cheesecake. Let's talk about washing and cleaning the pressure cookers. I usually just wash them by hand. The pots will go in the dishwasher if you want. I usually take my gasket and just wash it with just warm soapy water, rinse it real well. I wash the lid out, just wash it with warm soapy water, or just rinse it, and then I let it completely dry, and then I store mine put back together with the gasket in, the lid, and the lid shut on the pot. So that's how I store mine. Let me rinse that one off.
Can I take a second just to, because you were talking about the soups and the bean flour and all of that. So next Wednesday's soup and bread class is full for our in-person gathering, but we are live streaming that class, so you can go and register on our website for the live stream. You don't have to watch live. You are purchasing that private link. And so it'll be sent to you 24 hours before the class starts. You'll get the link and the class handout, and you can watch it whenever you like and as many times as you like.
There you go. Okay, I'm going to set this aside. I'm just going to let this naturally release because I'm not in a hurry for it while we make the cheesecake. I will say, I meant to add a little extra water. I find when I use the chicken broth for the beans and rice that it maybe needs a tad bit, maybe just a tablespoon or so more water. So I hope it'll cook up good. I think with less beans in there, it'll be fine. All right, we're going to get our cheesecake going, and then we will open up our mashed potatoes and get them finished up. And you will enjoy some meatloaf and mashed potatoes and the black beans and rice and the black bean chicken salad. Cheesecake. I used to think it was like a souffle. I was like, yeah, you got to be a gourmet chef to make this. It's 4 ingredients. Cheese, some kind of sweetener, vanilla, and eggs. That's it. I'm like, oh, okay. So if you look at the handout, I am going to make the 8-inch one, and then I've got already made the 9-inch pan for you to serve. This cheesecake recipe I've had for years and years and years. In my oven, it used to, you wanted to bake it for like an hour. But when I put it in the pressure cooker, it only takes 20 to 25 minutes. So that revolutionized making cheesecake, and it's very, 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 very moist and very delicious. Now, I have made cheesecake, and we ate it the same evening, but typically you do want to let this chill, so if you're going to serve it for dinner that night, I would make it that morning so that it has time to get good and chilled and nice. But we did make it one night because I just wanted to try it. I didn't believe you could really make cheesecake in the pressure cooker, and we ate it kind of warm and jiggly, and it was delicious. But I will say cheesecake is better nice and chilled. But what does this do? I don't have to heat my oven up for an hour to cook this cheesecake, and it frees my oven up. A lot of times when we're having guests, we might be cooking in the oven or whatever, and I can do my cheesecake on the stovetop. And instead of an hour, 20 to 25 minutes. So let's mix up this cheesecake. My last daughter's wedding, she wanted a red velvet cake for her wedding cake, and her fiance, her now husband, I asked him what he wanted for the groom's cake, and he wanted a pineapple upside down cheesecake. So I didn't get to cook that cheesecake in the pressure cooker because it was in a pan that big. But basically, I cooked the cheesecake, and I have a recipe that will dump out of the pan. And then I made the pineapple upside down cake and turned it on top of the cheesecake. People could not believe that cake. It was unbelievable. It was pretty good, pretty delicious. The things you do for love. All right, so we're going to get an 8-liter pressure cooker because I need enough room to have a trivet. Oh, there's that trivet I was looking for. I put it all in the pot. So you all may have something like this from some other pot, maybe a canner pot or something. So that can work just fine as a trivet. You don't necessarily need a basket. Just something to lift potatoes or green beans or something off the bottom of the pot. Or a glass dish if you're putting the bread pudding or eggs or whatever down in there. Just something to lift it off the very bottom of the pot. So I'm going to add some water here. Meatloaf mashed potatoes. Why can I not remember that? What's in that pot? I'm like, what is that? And this one, it doesn't matter a lot as long as you have at least about an inch or so in the bottom of the pot, maybe even a half an inch, because it's just creating the steam, and you're not putting anything in there that's going to soak up any of that liquid. So it's not as critical here. That's why this says, 2 cups. But we're ready with our pressure cooker there. And one thing I want to caution you, I told you like this morning with the chicken, that I'll put my chicken in and cover it with the water, and then I turn it on high, start chopping my vegetables and dump them in. That's great. I've got a lot of liquid there. But when I only have an inch or so, and I'm going to do mashed potatoes, or say this cheesecake, you want to be very careful not to turn it on too early and keep throwing your potatoes in so that water boils away if it takes you too long. Because I've done that before. When you only have a half an inch or an inch of water, that's going to boil away. That big pot of water didn't for my chicken soup, but it might boil away if I'm doing 5 pounds of potatoes. So you just maybe want to not start that water getting hot till you've got most of your potatoes done, okay? So just a little note there, because I have scorched potatoes on the bottom of my pressure cooker because I didn't have enough liquid there because it had boiled away. Even though I started with plenty, while I was chopping potatoes, it boiled away. So, all right, so I've got 3 packages of cream cheese here that I'm going to get mixed up. Now, good luck finding cream cheese right now. Weirdest thing, isn't it? Yeah. So if you want this tonight, they limited. You might have to go to a couple of grocery stores. They limited how much cream cheese I could buy. And it was probably because yesterday I bought 7 packages. And then I got here and realized I needed 8. And Brad had to go out this morning. He goes, this was all they had, and they would only let me buy 2. And I was like, well, good thing I only wanted 1. So, all right. So most cheesecakes, most recipes, your favorite recipe may call for white sugar. For sweetener, for white sugar substitute, I use honey granules. It is the juice of the sugar cane extracted, molasses removed, a mild honey added to it. So this is an evaporated cane juice product with a mild honey added to it, and then only the moisture evaporated off. It is a wonderful white sugar substitute, and I think it actually gives this cheesecake a richer flavor instead of just sweet, 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 sweet. So I just put it in there and let that cream a bit. And I just let it mix a bit while I get my eggs ready and my pan ready. And so I don't forget my vanilla. I'm going to go ahead and add it to my egg because I have got my cheesecake all done and realized I forgot the vanilla. And it's still delicious because who doesn't love cheesecake, no matter what? Okay. Has a full tablespoon of vanilla, and that's it. Once I saw, and there are other cheesecakes like the one I cooked in the pan that I dumped out like a cake. It has some flour in it a little bit and some sour cream and stuff to give it a little firmer texture that I could dump out of a cake pan because my cake pan was that big. So, but this is just easy, easy favorite cheesecake. I think this was a recipe Brad's mom gave me. And now when I cooked it conventionally in the oven, what I like to do was a lot of times I would cook it, like if I was gonna have it tomorrow for dessert, I would cook it last thing in the evening, let it bake, and then go in and turn the oven off and let it just sit in the oven overnight, and then just get up the next morning and put it in the refrigerator. So I'm gonna get that good and creamy. I actually could have done this in the whisk bowl because this is a smaller amount. I like to get that cream cheese a little creamier, but for the sake of time, and this is the little mini spoon, which is so amazing. So it fits right in the grooves of the Ankish room. And I like to make sure I get all the cheese out of there, make sure it all gets mixed up. Okay, so typically your crust on a cheesecake is going to be graham crackers and butter, right? Well, have you read the have you read the label of graham crackers? Sylvester Graham would not be happy with what they've named after him because he was an advocate of freshly ground flour. He hated the white flour, and this is back in 1896. And he was a medical doctor, and he's like, this is terrible, white flour. So he actually created a bread. It was more like a flatbread, and that's where they got the name graham crackers from. And graham meal used to mean whole wheat flour. So if you ever have a recipe that calls for graham flour, that's what your freshly milled flour is, okay? All right, so I was like, okay, I don't want to use graham crackers. I don't want the artificial color, the white flour, the white sugar, artificial flavor, whatever, in there. So here's what I came up with. I came up with, if I use equal parts soft wheat and sucanat, which is an evaporated cane juice product that has all the molasses still in it, I can create something that will taste very much like a graham cracker crust. So let me get my cold butter. You want to keep the butter cold. And here's what I do. I am going to take this out real quick because I'm going to use my Ankish room for my blender. And it doesn't matter if there's a little bit of lumpy cheese in there. Normally, like I said, I'll cream it a little better before I ever add my sugar or my eggs. We got to do the 30-minute meal, and I was thinking we were done. Woo. this aside for a minute. All right. So to make my crust, I'm going to use a blender. So I'll flip my Anchor shroom over. And I'm going to use my blender to it. It goes here. I'll dump in my flour and my sucanats, equal parts, so if you don't need this much. But this is plenty for either a 9-inch or an 8-inch springform pan. So I just mix it. And then I put in very cold butter, 2 tablespoons, and I let the blender cut it in. And I just kind of cut it in littler pieces. Doesn't have to be anything real small. And you will see this transform into what looks just like a graham cracker crust. Isn't that what that looks like? Boom. It's magic. Yeah. So there it is. And the taste is, wait till you taste it. It's just about that. If y'all want to go ahead and be serving them, oh, well, no, you can't serve them cheesecake because I have to finish it. Hold on. All right, never mind. All right, so that is my crust that I've made. So now I need to get my cheesecake ready. I'm actually going to walk you through the steps of doing the cheesecake, but I actually need all 3 burners to do the 30-minute meal, so I'm not going to put the cheesecake on. I'll cook it after class, but I'll just, because I already got you a cheesecake. Not yet, in just a minute. All right. But I'll show you how to do it. So I would use a big enough pressure cooker that will hold the pan that you're going to use, and I put a trivet or something in there to lift it off the bottom of the pan. So now I'm going to take some butter. Man, it was so chilly in here. None of my butter was softened this morning when I came in. And I'm going to grease my springform pan. Get a little bit different paper towel. Now with the cheesecake, it is something that you want to kind of stay with until it comes up to pressure, because if it goes over pressure, it can sometimes kind of make the cheesecake explode. Not, you know what I'm saying, kind of separate. It's just a little more delicate. You can still cook it on high pressure, so it doesn't take long for the pressure to come up. So just wait there for it to come up and then turn your heat down. And you can turn it down pretty low because it's all you're keeping hot is just about that inch of water there. Okay? So, and then once it gets set your timer for 25 minutes. And then I always let my cheesecake naturally release. Well, except that night we ate it because I wanted it. Just wanted to see. Inquiring minds want to know, right? Okay. So I try to go all the way out to the edge with this butter because this is what's going to stick my crust to it. Okay. All right. So here's my crust. I'm just going to dump it all in, though I probably don't need all of this, but isn't that nice? If you want a chocolate crust, you know, sometimes they'll say a recipe will say use chocolate wafers. Those are full of white sugar, white flour, chemicals, whatever. Just add a tablespoon of cocoa to this mixture. Okay? You want ginger crust for your pumpkin cheesecake? Add a teaspoon of ginger or pumpkin pie spice. Okay? You can do whatever you want. All right, so how do we get this on here? So for cheesecake, you want to cover it with foil. The eggs, we didn't care if they got a little damp. We didn't care for the boiled eggs. But the cheesecake, I don't want it getting steam and wet on it. The same with the bread pudding. I'm not going to do the bread pudding. This is exactly the same way I prepared the bread pudding dish. I did a glass Corningware dish, buttered it, put my bread pudding mixture in there, and covered it just like I'm about to do now. So I take my little bit of butter, doesn't have to be a lot, and just give it a swipe here. And then what I do is, because I want the crust to go all the way up to the top, I always put my sheet of foil down. And I'm sorry, I can't do this backwards. Oh, you can kind of see. All right. Oh, yeah, I am backwards to you. So do you see, I put the foil down so it can catch the leftovers or what's falling out, so that I cannot worry about trying to keep it in the pan. So see, my crust is all the way up to the top of the pan. Does that make sense? Yeah, you with me? I know you're tired and you want cheesecake. So now I just take this and dump it in. And if I don't want that much crust, which in an 8-inch pan, it really doesn't need that much crust. So there we go. There's my crust, okay? I'll actually get another piece of foil. Okay, so now, just put a little bit of butter here on my pan. We're ready to dump that cheesecake in there. Did I put the directions for making pumpkin cheesecake there? Yes. Okay, all right. I started to make pumpkin cheesecake today, and I couldn't remember if I'd put the directions in. And the last time I did it, it was so confusing. So I was like, and there's a little bit, like I said, I like to mix my cream cheese a little better so that there are not these lumps there, but it really, really, really doesn't matter. It's still going to eat. You're going to love it. They kind of disappear with the cooking. If you want to scrape every bit out, go ahead. If not, leave some for you to enjoy. It's kind of delicious. Okay. Now, all I got to do is remember to cook this after class. All right. You can go get the cheesecake, though, and bring it to me. Yeah, it's in the back refrigerator. All right. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put our foil on the top. And here's where you really want to crimp it tight under that rim. Okay? You don't want moisture, steam, humidity getting in there, water. All right, and then what I usually do is I even go back and kind of crimp those tails up so it doesn't catch any and get it in there. All right, and then just like we did with the eggs, and you can save these so you don't use so much foil all the time. If you make these straps, they're very easy to. And so my water's getting hot here, pretend. All right, I just lower my cheesecake in, just like I did with the eggs, but it's up on that trivet. And then I just put a lid on, bring the pressure up on high, turn it down, start your time for 25 minutes to maintain that pressure, okay? But I don't want to tie up my burner. I did that in the last class, and then we had to set it aside, and I don't want to set it aside right in the middle of cooking. All righty, so here's my cheesecake. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make a little topping. Sometimes cheesecake cracks on the top, right? So I never know. That's the only thing bad about pressure cooker. You don't know what it's looking like. So it's always like dun 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 dun, unveiling. I cooked this yesterday so that it'd be nice and chilled. So it's a little cracked. Not sure what that little, I think I had a little chocolate there. So now what I'm going to do is make a little topping. I'm going to take my blender here again. And this is honey granules. I want powdered sugar, okay? This is the way you get powdered sugar. Do not put this in your grain mill and think you can make powdered sugar. Do not put honey granules or sucanat in your grain mill thinking that you can powder it that way. Use a blender. You will mess up your grain mill and you will not be happy. So I'm just going to powder this up. Anytime I have a recipe that calls for powdered sugar, this is what I use. Okay? So there's that. I'm going to get rid of this guy. Okay. Now, I use, you could use sour cream here, but always if I'm going to use if I want sour cream, I drain yogurt because yogurt has all the good live organisms. So what I do is I use my yogurt cheese maker, and I put the whole container, 1 quart container in here, drain the whey off. There's my whey. You can make smoothies, use this however you want, but now this is like a sour cream texture, and this is what I'm going to use here for my topping for my cheesecake. And now I'm going to use my powdered honey granules for a little bit of sweetener. How much does it say? 3 tablespoons. That was 3 tablespoons exactly. Just give that a stir. Add a little bit of vanilla. Maybe a little bit more. Okay. And just taste it, see if it's sweet enough the way you want it. I don't think it needs to be too sweet here because it's a really nice little tang complement on the cheesecake. Little bit of vanilla. Oh, yum, that's delicious. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, and the powdering the honey granule helps it to dissolve a little better. I have forgotten to powder it and just put the honey granules in there. Do that a few minutes ahead of when you want to use it because it doesn't dissolve real well. And then just let it sit and come back. My vanilla does have vanilla beans in it, so that's what those little brown specks are, the vanilla beans, seeds coming out. And then just spread it. And it doesn't take a lot, just enough to give you a little flavor there, layers of flavor. Do you have the, oh, never mind. I was going to do a little bit of agave on the strawberries. That's delicious. Yep, I do. I've got my strawberries ready. Since there was a little early season, I want just a little bit of sweetener. If they were really peak season, I wouldn't worry about sweetening them too much. Just a little bit. And I use agave. This is where I do use agave nectar. I don't use it very often, but I love it sweetening fruit and things like that. I was on a trip with Brad and made some co-op deliveries with him in the midst of doing the show that we did. And our first drop Monday morning, the lady had fresh lemon trees and grapefruit trees. I picked them right off the tree. It was so amazing. They were delicious. But it was the grapefruit was a little tart, so I sweetened it with a little agave. Okay, so here we go. And you could use raspberries, blueberries, chocolate drizzle, whatever you want. Pineapple. And there you go. And I'm going to let them add a little extra strawberry if they need to, because the way they're going to serve it, they're going to scoop it, because that's the easiest way to serve it for this many people. So if you need to put any strawberries on somebody's. So there we have it. Okay. Yikes. And there you have it. Da-da-da-dum. Y'all ready for some? Will that perk you up? All right. There you go. Don't drop it. It'll slide off that plate, so be careful. We almost lost something one time in the class, and everybody went, so it was like, yikes. Stonyfield whole milk, organic, plain. I don't use sweetened yogurts too much. Every now and then, like I'll do strawberry, and that's a great spread on bagels or something like that. But I typically try to sweeten it myself to avoid the high sugar. All right, I'm going to let them go ahead and give you the cheesecake. And then we will, while I finish up the, I don't know where finish up the meatloaf and mashed potatoes and the black beans and rice. I'll let them serve you that all at the same time. And we are running a little late. I thought I was way early, but I forgot about the 30-minute meal. No, that comes at the end with the 30-minute meal. All right. No. All right. Guess what's in here? Do y'all remember? Meatloaf and mashed potatoes. I may not remember, but you remember. There we go. There's our meatloaf. Lift this out. That's hot. There we go. Now I'm going to drain my potatoes. Oh, got a few black beans in there. And I typically like to let them kind of air dry too, but we don't really have time for that today. And sometimes if I'm not doing quite this much, I only put, an inch or so of water in the big pot, and then I don't even drain the water off. I just mash it right in with the rest of the liquids, okay? Now, secret to potatoes. It is best if they dry out a little bit, but the biggest secret to keep them from getting starchy, have you ever made mashed potatoes and you're like, they just turned to goo, is warm your milk and butter. Don't put cold milk and butter on your potatoes. Warm them just slightly. So I just left this at room temperature. If I had been making these at home, I would have just stuck it in a pot, let them heat up just slightly, just to take the chill off. It doesn't have to be hot. But that's what putting cold liquid in the potatoes is what makes them get starchy, okay? And I chose for the cheese, I'm using a smoked cheddar cheese. And these are going to be amazing. And this, another creation by Dream Farm, the same ones that do the spoon. This is called a smood. It is the most amazing potato masher. Look at this, just mashing that right up. So what was your favorite dish so far? Do you know? The Alfredo? And that was just like so easy. The what? The bread pudding, you like that? Ashley never cared for bread pudding. She didn't like the texture of it. And when Lars, that was a Lars Liebisch, the German chef, that was one of his recipes, the first pressure cooking class he did for us. And she goes, okay, that bread pudding was delicious. All right, I'm going to just make sure that I've got everything from the edge mixed in here. Oh, the smoked cheddar just makes these potatoes. And the little bit of flavoring from the meatloaf dripping down on it. Yeah. Uh-oh, ladies. I probably should have had y'all hold off on that because this really needs to be served fairly quickly, but that's okay. I'll put the lid back on and this will stay hot for a while. Let me taste and make sure I've got enough salt and pepper. Well, I didn't put any pepper, but. A little bit of pepper. Yum, yum, yum. Oh my gosh, the smoked cheddar. And this, a tad bit more salt. Not a lot. Oh my goodness, those are delicious. Okay. And like I said, a lot of times, like Christmas dinner, Christmas Eve dinner, I'll cook my potatoes an hour ahead, and then set them off somewhere in the pot, leave them. And when I go to dump them to mash them, they are still steaming, just like this. So that's something that you can kind of get out of the, as long as I leave them in the pot. And then here's the nice thing about the Smood. Just kind of tap it on the side and all the potatoes come out. Okay. All right, I'm going to put this lid on and set this over here. And so now we have meatloaf, mashed potatoes. Let's look at our black bean salad. And our black beans, y'all got a lot of food coming at the end here. So here is our, I better get rid of that. Here is our Cuban black beans and rice. All done. Ready to enjoy. Like I said, when I make this, I usually go ahead and make a double recipe. Use barley, or even if I use rice, you can still make the salad. So this is this recipe, put in a bowl, added the chicken, the peppers, the green onion to that black bean chicken salad recipe, and then the vinaigrette. And like I said, making it right by the recipe is delicious, but wait till you taste this. the blood orange and the tangy tangerine really make it nice. Just let me have one taste just to make sure. Oh my gosh. So, so delicious. Okay, I'm going to put this back on, and they can serve this to you too. Okay, ladies, just so you know, mashed potatoes, black beans, meatloaf, and black bean salad. Okay? How's the cheesecake? It's gone. All right. Okay. Now, if someone wants to set a timer, you can time me on this. In just a minute. They may need help serving. They've got meatloaf, mashed potatoes, black beans, and black bean salad. All right. Black beans are in the small pot, and black bean salad. All right. This is one of my favorite meals. You can have it on the table in less than 30 minutes. I call it my 30-minute meal. Sometimes it takes a little longer if I'm doing a bigger batch. The first thing, even though it's the shortest cooking time, the one I usually start with first is the green beans. And the reason I start with them first is that sometimes if I have a lot of green beans in there, it may take a little bit longer to come up to pressure. Where the other two dishes I'm doing in the skillet, and so it's usually short amount of time. This is where I'm going to put a trivet in there because I don't want the beans just sitting in water. This one likes to whine. I don't know why. Sorry, Ashley. Sorry, online viewers, that you're getting that. I'm going to put about 2 cups in here. I don't really want the beans floating in water. I just want enough to create the steam, okay? These are fresh green beans. This is about 2.5, 3 pounds. I do about a teaspoon of salt. Again, I like to put salt in my things when I'm cooking it. I think it infuses the flavor of the salt in there, and I don't find I need nearly as much. You can see most of the things I hadn't salted again after I cooked it. The skillets. I need the skillet pressure cookers. Did they do them? They were supposed to, oh, here they are. There we go. That's okay. All right, now we're going to do the chicken. I am going to baste them with a little bit of the caramelized garlic oil. You could use anything here. And on these, I'm going to use the Salt Sisters Cajun rub. So this is my Cajun chicken that I'll do for my Cajun broccoli chicken Alfredo, pasta Alfredo. I'm going to get my pan hot. And you don't have to use oil if you don't want to. It will look like the chicken is sticking to the waffle bottom right at first, but within just 30 seconds or so, it'll peel right up. But I like the flavor of the garlic olive oil, or olive oil or whatever. So I'm going to use the blackening Cajun rub and just sprinkle it on there. Now, I would, if I were doing this at home, I would have sprinkled this before I cooked it and let it have a little time to kind of marinate. Or like I said, when I bought the chicken, I would have done it right away and just put it in the freezer that way. For color, pressure cooker's not going to brown it. So for color, you might want to sear it first. But I'm going to go ahead and just lay these other 2 on top. And this is a Salt Sisters rub called Cajun Seasoning. And they use all unrefined salt. And just so you know, I mean, you don't want to mishandle chicken, but the critical time to handle chicken properly after it's cooked, you really need to eat it and make sure it's chilled. Leaving chicken out after it's been cooked for a long time is what causes some issues. Now, we need some steam, right? So I need to put, you could do a little chicken broth. You know what, I think I will. I have a little bit of chicken broth left. Want to wash my hands carefully since I've been handling chicken. What I usually do is wash them with salt, just soap. And then I always keep grapefruit seed extract by my sink. If you've never used it, it's an antiviral, antibacterial. Studies done at the University of Georgia found it was more effective than chlorine in sanitizing the meat counters and things like that. So I always give my hands, when I've been handling raw chicken, if I'm going to go handle something else, make sure I give them a little rub with that. I clean my cutting board with the grapefruit seed extract. And then it's great to have on hand for cold, flu season, stomach virus, whatever, it'll do it. So it's very, very, very effective. So now I was going to use just a little bit of chicken broth, because I have a tiny bit left. So I've got to create some steam. So I'm just going to pour this around the edge. I don't really want to pour it over it because I don't want to wash away my seasoning. I just want to get some steam going. And you can see that's plenty really. But you know what? I got about that much left. I'm going to use it. Yay! Now I don't have 2 tablespoons of chicken broth that's going to rot in the refrigerator. All right. Now this is going to come up to pressure very quickly because there's not much there. Now, how many of you have ever had savory sweet potatoes? Oh, they're so delicious, right? So, and these are so fast and easy to cook. They'll cook in 3 minutes. And yeah. So again, I'm going to use my garlic oil. Get my pan hot. I'm actually going to go ahead and put some oil over my potatoes. I meant to do it this morning when they cut them. And I am going to use, for these, I was thinking of using the Cajun seasoning. That would be delicious. But I'm going to use the Olivelli Mediterranean rub for this. This is sugar, onion, garlic, rosemary, mustard, salt, thyme, coriander, cumin, black pepper. Everything Mediterranean. It's beautiful. Yes and no. Okay, her question is, does the amount of cooking time change according to how many chicken breasts you use? Yes, but not as much as conventionally. Like if you put, you know, chicken breast out in a casserole dish and put it in the oven, it doesn't really change whether you're doing 3 or 10, you know, as long as you have them spread out. So that's kind of the way it is with pressure cooking. I'm going to do these for probably 6 minutes. Bring the pressure down, check my temperature. With chicken, safe, finished chicken, edible temperature. Internal temperature should be 165. Here's the deal. You should always let chicken rest. Any meat you should let rest. And you have what's called residual cooking time or residual cooking, okay? So what happens is if you bring this off at 165 and let it rest, by the time you're going to serve it, it's going to be 175 or 180. It'll go up as much as 10 degrees. So what I try to do is I pull it off at 165, let it rest. 155, let it rest, and it should get to 165. If you check it again right before you serve it and it's not there or you're a little nervous, then go to 158 or whatever. But I promise you it'll cook a good 10 degrees after you pull it off. But I don't find with chicken breast it changes the cooking time that much. And here's one thing I want to tell you. Corn on the cob, so delicious. Corn on the cob, fresh corn on the cob. This summer you're going to love it. It doesn't change the cooking time whether you have 2 ears in there or 15 ears in there. What's going to change is how long it takes that pressure to come up, because you have a full pot of stuff in there. Does that make sense? But you still, once it comes up to pressure, you're still only going to cook it 1 or 2 minutes. I think it's 2 minutes on corn on the cob. Now I cut these kind of big because they're notorious for getting overdone when I cut them smaller. So I really didn't want them to be mush. And so, yeah. Okay, our beans are up. So I'm going to reduce the heat and set them for 2 minutes. At home, I normally cook them 3 minutes. Or actually, yeah. Actually, I'll do these 3. Yep. And then, oh, why is that not up? Always start on high. You think that it might be better to start lower if it has a tendency to scorch, but that's actually, if you start at a lower temperature, it'll actually scorch easier than if you went on and cooked it at a higher temperature, because it'll take longer to come up to pressure. So it's longer on that heat. So always want to start it on high, bring the pressure up, and then lower the temperature. If you think it's something that might be scorching, shake it a little bit, and that should help jiggle that bottom because you can't stir it. Oh, here it is. As you can see, there's no recipe here, so it's just kind of sprinkle and go. And again, I stir this around, but we gotta have some liquid. Whoop, got a little toasty there. And sometimes what I'll do is I actually like how fast these cook, but I'll cook some ahead, or I'll cook it and then just keep them till the next day. And then like for breakfast, like regular white potatoes, then I'll just take them out of the refrigerator, put some oil in fry pan. I actually like them better, and then they'll dry out and kind of crisp up. But the potatoes are done. All right, chicken is up. I'm gonna turn that down, and I'm gonna go 7 minutes on here. Okay. All right, I need a little water here. So again, I just kind of go around the edge. Of course, the pan's hot, so it's there we go. All right, so everything's cooking. We're getting there. You know what? I forgot to do the garlic butter for the green beans. So let me grab that. Because they're going to be ready here in just a minute. Let me tell you a little secret. If you're wanting to cook sweet potatoes, say, just to have sweet potato. The other night, I just wanted to bake sweet potato, but it was like I wanted it now. So I just pricked the skin with a fork and stuck it in the pressure cooker with some water in there in about 4 minutes, and it was ready. Another great thing, if you're wanting a more cinnamon apple kind of fall sweet potato, put that trivet in the bottom, put some apple cider cinnamon stick in the bottom, layer your sweet potatoes sliced on top, and it'll infuse it very lightly. It won't be like you've got that mixed in, but it'll infuse that flavor. All right. Okay, chicken. All right, let's get our green beans. We don't want them to overcook. So I'm going to bring it down. How are y'all doing? What have you had? Did you have the meatloaf, the mashed potatoes? How was it? Did you love that smoky cheddar mashed potatoes? It was just milk and cheese, you know. Huh? You like that salad? Yep. That's what I told him. I said, of all things you can skimp on the salad so I'll have some left. 'Cause that one I crave. From the moment I make it the day before, I'm like, oh, I just want to eat all of this. It's so refreshing. You know, it's just so delicious. That's why I'm saying go ahead and make a full recipe of the black beans and rice, and then do that. Just, yeah, so good. And that recipe is excellent in a tortilla. So if you have Mexican night and you have it left over, spread that out and heat it with some cheese. So it's delicious. All right, how was the cheesecake? Yeah. Didn't you like the little tang of the yogurt, just a little bit there? Yeah. To me, it kind of cuts the sweet where it's not just sweet. It's got a little tang there. All right, let's see if this is ready. Yep, it's ready. So there is our green beans. And you know what? I picked a trivet that didn't have the handles anymore on it. Y'all are quiet. Now you're full and happy. See, you just needed cheesecake I thought would perk you up, but now you're like, okay, we're done. That's not what I wanted. All right. So there's my green beans. Look how colorful they are. No pale green beans. I'm just going to add my butter. Normally I make my butter up ahead of time, but they're so hot they'll melt it. I'm so glad you joined us today. I'm very glad that we have the live stream option. I'm only sad that I can't get this food through the camera to you, because like I said earlier, this is by far one class that all of our employees don't mind working. I usually put about 4 cloves of garlic. I really like them garlicky. And you could use the garlic oil here too, but I think the butter really makes these. Butter makes everything, doesn't it? We're just going to get that good and coated there. And one thing that I like to add, a lot of people don't add pepper to their green beans, but I do. And they're my beans, but you're going to eat them. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're actually going to take all of this over to, I'm going to send it over to that counter, and we'll let you, I'll close the class in just a minute as soon as we get everything done, and we'll plate it over there and let you come up as you leave. I once said as you pass out, but I hope you're not passing out. There's that. Do you need these? There we go. Okay, our chicken has 1 more minute. I'm going to let it, I'm going to bring it down, quick release it, check the internal temperature. Karen, would you look in that cabinet? I think my instant read thermometer is there from where I took it on the road. I actually think it's in my purse, but I think I found it when we were packing up, but I thought I had another one over there because I don't see the... You know what? This one will work. All right, I'm going to bring this down quick. Because I want to check the temperature quickly. If it needs more cooking time, then I'll just bring it right back up. Okay, our sweet potatoes are up. I can't reach. My arms aren't that long. All right. Did somebody set a timer? Huh? What am I at? All right. So I want you to see, you don't have to have 8 pressure cookers, but it does help to have 2 or 3. And just think of them as a new set of pots. And you can see, you can get a meal like this less than 30 minutes on the table. This is the meal that I took to the lady that had the baby, I think it was. And I just, before I even let it come down. So as soon as I was ready to release it, I just put it in the car. It released on the drive over. And yeah. So it really only took me just 10 or 15 minutes really to get, or probably 15, 20 to get it done. All right, let's check our chicken. Wow, that's looking pretty dang delicious. Oh, doesn't help if you turn it off. Okay, it's at 147. I don't feel comfortable with taking it off at that, so I'm going to turn it back on. And that was 7 minutes for 6 fairly nice sized breasts. I'm going to turn it back on, shake it a little, and it should come right back up to pressure pretty quickly. By the time my sweet potatoes get done, it should be ready. I'll let it cook just 1 minute. I mean, it was so close, okay? All right, any questions? Everybody good? Like I said at the beginning of the class, I know it's a little difficult to see what all I did. You can't follow the whole process through other than the 30-minute meal here. But let's think about what we cooked in class. Okay, I cheated with the chicken soup, but we could have had it ready, you know. I only cheated because it would have been very difficult to get it picked off the bone, you know, early enough. So chicken soup. What else did we have? Meatloaf and mashed potatoes. Beef stew. Pasta Alfredo. Skillet lasagna. Beef stew. Meatloaf, mashed potatoes. Cuban black beans and rice. The salad I made yesterday. We had cheesecake. And now we're going to have a 30-minute meal. How many meals is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 meals in 4 hours. And I talked for some of those, you know, 30 minutes in the beginning, right? So 3.5 hours, we just cooked 7 meals right here. That's pretty amazing, don't you think? So 6-liter set has a small fry pan and the 6-liter stew pot, 1 pressure lid that works for both. Then we have 8-liter set. I don't know where the 8-liter pressure cooker went off to. That's it here. Comes with one of these skillets. Then we have 4 liters, what I did the black beans and rice in, 6-liter, 8-liter, and then the 10-liter was the big one that we did the meatloaf and mashed potatoes, the one I kept forgetting. So that's it, okay? Yes, ma'am, you can. Zero polyps. Oh, you're so welcome. And that's not the first testimony we've heard of someone switching to the bread and in just 3 to 6 months. Now yours has been 3 years, but who knows when they went away. Of polyps going away, diverticuli, which in my studies of physiology and all of that, I had always read that once a diverticuli formed, it wouldn't, you know, that's the little balloon that blows up in your colon. Once it formed, it's not reversible, but you can manage the symptoms with bread and fresh fruits and vegetables, you know, keeping the bowels moving. But I've had 2 people over the course of the years say that they had a colonoscopy before bread, after bread, and their diverticuli were gone. That's pretty amazing. And polyps, major polyps, so large that the person was going to have to do the surgery later. In fact, when she went and had I don't know how many polyps she had removed, the doctor told her, he said, your colon looks like PVC pipe. It's not supposed to look like that. It's supposed to have villi and be, you know. When she went back just 3 months later to have the large polyp that he couldn't remove with all the other that he was doing, he swore it was not the same patient. Her diverticuli was gone and her polyps were gone. That's pretty amazing. God is so good. All right, let's quick release this guy and see if it's up to speed. And then we'll quick release our sweet potatoes, and you'll be ready. Any questions? If you have a moment while you wait, I know we're running late. I apologize very much. I'll have to figure out what should I cut out? You tell me. The cheesecake? I could cut out this 30-minute meal, but it's so cool for you to see what you can do because it was hard to follow everything. So maybe the potato salad? You haven't had the potato salad yet, so you don't know. But that, to me, that first person that didn't like the pickle relish, that was worried that I kept putting pickle relish in, he was like, that was worth the whole class just to make that potato salad. That's what somebody said. That was their favorite part.
I don't like bread and butter pickles, but this potato salad.
See, I like them because I don't sit down and just eat them, but I like it better than the relish because it's not just syrup. Pickle relish, you need that sweetness, but it makes it taste like you just added syrup. All right, let's see if this guy is ready. Yep, it's ready. Little too far. It's actually at 182, so we're gonna. So probably it might have come on up. It might have come on up at 147, but I was a little nervous to take it. It probably would have come on up on its own to 165. It does, like I said, 10 to 15 degrees residual cook. Let's get our sweet potatoes. And like I said, I had them cut them in bigger chunks because every class cooking them just 3 minutes. When I would go to give them a stir, they would become mashed sweet potatoes. Applesauce, amazing. So just chunk your apples, put a little water or apple cider and some cinnamon and nutmeg down in the bottom there. You bring the pressure up and turn it off. You don't even cook it. And by the time the pressure comes down, you just pretty much stir them and it's mashed. It's pretty amazing. If you were going to can it, I would probably just simmer it a little bit and then can it. I don't know that I'd pressure it if I was going to can it. I do a brandied apple preserves in my jam and jelly class, and I use that as apple crisp or apple pie filling. And I think I cook the apples for like 2 minutes, not in a pressure cooker. The pressure cooker would, yeah. I guess you could, you're asking, could you can the applesauce then? Yes. If you wanted applesauce, yes. I wasn't thinking.
And while you're talking about jams and jellies, that is one of the class that we previously live streamed, and you can purchase the link to go back and watch it and the handout on our website, and it's $5, so you can purchase that and watch it.
Check out our YouTube channel. Of course, go on breadbeckers.com. If you aren't subscribed to our email newsletter, I'm assuming most of you are because you heard about the class. But if you're not, it's completely free, and we only send you one email a month. Maybe two, like we may send a new one out next week or so as soon as I launch the podcast, but that's very rare. That's only if something special is happening that, yeah. I do want to call your attention. You should have in your handout the March classes. We are doing something that we haven't done in a long time, or I don't even know if we've ever really done it here, but I get asked to speak and teach all over the southeastern United States, do my nutritional presentation, the history of white flour, the poopy talk, and then the common diseases that plague America. And I got this idea that I think we should do it here. So I'll be doing that on March the 12th. It will be on a Saturday morning, $10. And I think we're going to try to live stream it as well, or Facebook Live it or something. So anyway. And then we have a getting started class. See, these are cooked. 3 minutes, and they're cooked. Dang. Oh, well, we'll just have to do it that way. I wanted them more braised, but they're cooked. So maybe 1 minute on sweet potatoes. I'm going to see if we need salt. Pass this off to them. And they are getting your food ready. Yes, maybe just 2 minutes, 1 minute. And then I think the last week in March, I think it's Thursday, is that the 24th? You have your paper. I'm doing one of my favorite classes, biscuits, bagels, and English muffins. So if you've been to the getting started, you're ready to move beyond bread and pancakes and coffee cake, biscuits, bagels, and English muffins. Very delicious. Let me taste this. Ah, hot. It's very hot. Might want to open those sweet potatoes. Yeah. Did I give them to you yet? Oh, okay.
We will be offering the biscuits, bagels, and English muffins class live stream as well.
Yay! You just won't get to taste it. I make this caramelized onion biscuit with, I forget what I put on top, but it's delicious. Well, they're mushy. I didn't want them to be mushy, but they're still delicious. And I had them cut them big so they wouldn't be mushy. But, wow, they're good. There's a little salt. Thank you for coming today. Have a glorious rest of your weekend. Go Dogs. Even though they're not playing, we're still saying it. Thank you to our online viewers.